Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Evolve infinitely from scratch. Chapter 1. Baby, you are so hungry. Come, mommy will feed you some milk. Just heard a gentle female voice. The next moment, Lin Zichen felt something soft being stuffed into his mouth, and then he sucked it instinctively. He was just over a month old and had some consciousness in his mind, but not much. All I know is that I cry when I'm hungry and sleep when I'm full. His thinking is basically chaotic and he does not have complete thinking ability. Energy +1. Energy +1. Energy +1. As he sucked more and more breast milk, Lin Zichen suddenly felt his head itching, as if he was about to grow a brain. Immediately afterwards, a character panel slowly emerged from the void. Name: Lin Zichen. Age: 33 days. Creature level: Ordinary, first level. Biological attributes: None. Looking at the panel in the void, Lin Zichen finally realized something. He traveled through time himself. Time travel and become a newborn whose brain has not yet fully developed. Also has a golden finger. After just thinking about this for a while, Lin Zichen felt very tired and soon fell asleep. The little one fell asleep right after he was full. It's really enviable. Your mother has lost a lot of sleep to take care of you. The woman looked at Lin Zichen, who was sleeping soundly in her arms, smiled and murmured with love in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months have passed. After these days of development, Lin Zichen's consciousness has become much clearer and he has a relatively complete thinking ability. After getting a brain, the first thing he did was to study cheats. I learned that he was an achievement-oriented cheat, and the first achievement task was triggered. Achievement: cumulative kicking 10,000 times. Reward: obtain biological attributes, use it or lose it. Cumulative number of kicks: 1024 10,000ths. Lin Zichen glanced at the progress bar, silently lying on the crib and kicking his legs. Baby, you're kicking your legs again. When did you wake up? He doesn't cry or fuss when he wakes up. He's such a good baby that makes his mother worry-free. Mother Zhang Wengxin came into the room and saw Lin Zichen lying on the crib quietly kicking his legs, with a happy smile on his face. Lin Zichen smiled at her and responded. Soon, his father Lin Yansheng also came in and said expectantly. The little guy is so lively and active, and he is very physically talented at first glance. He will definitely become a high-ranking gene fusion person in the future, and even if he is not good enough, he can also become a mechanical transformation person. Gene fusion person. Mechanical transformation. What is this? Lin Zichen frowned slightly, realizing that this world seemed different from his previous life. Before I knew it, a month had passed. In the past month, Lin Zichen kicked his legs an average of 300 times a day, and finally reached the total of 10,000 times. A total of 10,000 kicks have been achieved. Acquire biological attributes. Use it or lose it. Use it or lose it. As long as you continue to exercise the same body part, that part can evolve and become stronger indefinitely, but it cannot break the limits of carbon-based organisms. After reading the content, Lin Zichen immediately kicked up his legs skillfully, eager to experience the effect of using it or losing it. You are kicking your legs, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, kicking proficiency +1. The moment the prompt message came out, Lin Zichen clearly felt a little more strength in his legs. In response, he felt slightly excited and kicked his legs harder. When you get tired of pedaling, switch to waving your arms. You are waving, chi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, waving proficiency +1. When your hands get tired, you can twist your body instead to move all the muscles in your body to achieve a full range of exercise. Almost a week passed like this. Lin Zichen's body has become much stronger and he can sit up from the crib on his own. He no longer has to lie on the bed and look at the ceiling like before. Normally, it takes around 7 months for newborns to be able to sit up on their own. And he is now only more than 4 months old, and he can already do this. In the next half month, Lin Zichen exercised his limbs in a targeted manner and quickly mastered the skills of crawling. You are crawling, energy and blood +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1. In order to avoid being too rebellious and anti-human, thus causing unnecessary trouble, Lin Zichen did not reveal that he could crawl in front of his parents. They would sneak out of bed and crawl on the floor while their parents were asleep at night to exercise. Crawling faster than the cockroaches in the house. Crawling around quickly in dark corners. A month later, Lin Zichen learned to walk again. You are walking, chi and blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1. At the same time, by browsing the news on TV, I have a preliminary understanding of the world in which I live. People are still on the Earth, but the Earth has mutated, and many terrifying unknown creatures have appeared. These unknown creatures are collectively called alien beasts. In order to fight against the alien beasts, humans have spent decades opening up two paths. 1. Genetic modification. Fuse the genes of alien beasts, obtain some of the abilities of alien beasts, and use magic to defeat magic. 2. Flesh and flesh are weak, machines ascend, and technology is used to defeat alien beasts. And these two paths correspond to genetic fusion people and mechanically modified people. This world turns out to be so dangerous. I hope I can grow up safely and evolve well without any accidents. Lin Zichen hoped in his heart. Half a month later. Lin Zichen is getting better and better as he walks, and it will probably not take long for him to learn to run. Most newborns don't learn to walk until they are about 1 year old. And now that he is only half a year old, he is already almost able to run, which is a huge blow to his dimensionality. In the blink of an eye, he is now over 6 months old. He can crawl in front of his parents without having to hide and tuck him in. I thought so. Soon, Lin Zichen showed off his crawling skills in front of his parents. Husband, look, Chen Chen can crawl, and he can crawl so fast. Zhang Wengxin said in surprise. Lin Yansheng was equally surprised, but more excited. He said with a smile on his face, he can crawl at just over 6 months old, and he can crawl so fast. Our son is a genius. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang in the house. Lin Yansheng went to take a look and found that the neighbor who had just moved in a few days ago came to visit with gifts. Listening to the noise at the door, Zhang Wengxin picked up Lin Zichen who was crawling on the ground and went over to meet the new neighbor who had just moved in. The other party is a young couple. The man held a gift in his hand, and the woman held a baby girl in her arms. Lin Yansheng accepted the gift and warmly greeted the young couple to come and sit in the room. Afterwards, the two families sat down in the room to drink tea and chatted and laughed. After chatting for a while, we learned that the two families' children were born only 1 day apart, which was a perfect coincidence. Lin Zichen sat on Zhang Wengxin's lap, curiously looking at the baby girl opposite him who was born 1 day later than him. The eyes are big and watery, and they look very cute. The baby girl was also looking at him curiously, and smiled very brightly as soon as she made eye contact with him. After listening to the adults on both sides chatting for a while, Lin Zichen felt bored, so he struggled in Zhang Wengxin's arms and asked his mother to let him down. Zhang Wengxin understood what he meant, smiled and said, "It's so exciting," and put him on the ground. As soon as he hit the ground, Lin Zichen quickly crawled around on the ground to exercise his body. You crawled 10 meters, your vitality +1, body coordination +1, crawling proficiency +1. You crawled 100 meters, your vitality +10, body coordination +10, crawling proficiency +10. You crawled 500 meters. Lin Zichen crawled very fast, scurrying around the room like a mouse. When the baby girl's mother saw this scene, she was very surprised and said, "It's amazing. Your baby has learned to crawl so quickly. My Han has just learned to sit on her own." Seeing the surprise on each other's faces, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin felt a little happy, thinking that it would be great to have a genius son. You are running, blood +1, body coordination +1, running speed +1, running skill +1. You are jumping, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, jumping height +1, jumping skills +1. You are talking to yourself, spirit +1, language ability +1, expression ability +1. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. With the blessing of the use it or lose it effect, Lin Zichen has mastered basic skills such as running, jumping, and language. Although he has mastered many skills, since he is only 7 months old now, he dare not show too much in front of his parents. Worry that if you act too outrageously, it may cause a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Let's not talk about the extreme case of slice research for now. At least appearing in variety shows, becoming an internet celebrity, and participating in various competitions are definitely indispensable. Lin Zichen just wanted to evolve quietly and didn't want to spend too much energy on other things. Of course, it's okay to act a bit genius appropriately and make your parents happy. Chen, let's go. Mom will take you to Sister Hanhan's house to play. Zhang Wengxin picked up Lin Zichen, who was on the ground, and kissed him on the face with a smile on her face. The Sister Hanhan she talks about is the baby girl who lives next door. She said she was taking her son to play with the baby girl, but in fact, more than anything, she wanted to chat with the baby girl's mother. The two mothers are similar in age and both like to dress up and chat about celebrity entertainment gossip. After visiting each other a few times, we soon became best friends who talked about everything. Arriving at the neighbor's house, Zhang Wengxin placed Lin Zichen next to the baby girl, and sat on the sofa chatting and laughing with the baby girl's mother. When the baby girl saw Lin Zichen, her little face was filled with a smile, and she reached out to touch him, wanting to have physical contact with him. Lin Zichen was not interested in playing with a baby. It quickly crawled away. Get some exercise by crawling around your neighbor's house. The baby girl also wanted to crawl along, but her hands and feet were weak and she couldn't crawl at all. She could only sit there and watch Lin Zichen scurry around like a cockroach. She seemed to like Lin Zichen very much. Whenever she saw Lin Zichen crawling towards her, she would curl her eyes and reveal a bright smile. Chen, don't just focus on crawling by yourself, play with Sister Hanhan. Seeing Lin Zichen crawling until his knees were dirty and yellow, Zhang Wengxin stepped forward, picked him up, and put him back next to the baby girl. In order for Zhang Wengxin to gain some face in front of outsiders, Lin Zichen accompanied the baby girl obediently and acted as an obedient and sensible person. The mother of the baby girl said with envy, "Wengxin, your Chen really listens to you. Hey, Han is also very well behaved, and she also loves to laugh. When she grows up, she will charm many little boys." Zhang Wengxin praised back. Just as the two mothers were praising each other, the baby girl suddenly peed. She was not wearing a diaper and was wearing crotchless pants, so she peed all over the floor. The baby girl looked at the water stains on the ground and immediately slapped it with her hands with a smile on her face, causing water to splash everywhere. Shooting while peeing, laughing while filming. I had a lot of fun playing alone. Lin Zichen couldn't hold himself any longer and quickly moved away to avoid being splashed by urine. The mother of the baby girl had a headache and asked, "Is your girl made of water? You just peed not long ago, why did you pee again?" After saying that, he picked up the baby girl and went into the bathroom to change pants. Seeing her best friend leaving in a hurry, Zhang Wengxin felt that she was really relaxed as a mother. It's troublesome to take care of other people's babies. As for my baby, except for the first month or two when he peed his pants, he never peed again in the following months. When he wants to pee, he will whine, notifying adults to take him to pee. The most important thing is that there will be no crying at night, which is very worry-free for parents. Time flies. More than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Zichen's body was already strong enough to do push-ups and sit-ups, which was incredible. The first time I tried to do push-ups, I found it very difficult and very slow. But after doing it for a while, I quickly became proficient. He looked like a pile driver. His body moved up and down crazily, making the crib creak. It makes men feel inferior and makes women feel ecstatic. When you are doing your best. Zhang Wengxin opened the door and walked in. Seeing Lin Zichen doing push-ups with great intensity on the crib, she was completely stunned. For a moment I thought I was dazzled. Instinctively he rubbed his eyes. Taking advantage of Zhang Wengxin's moment of rubbing her eyes, Lin Zichen quickly lay down and pretended to sleep. That's weird. Did I see it wrong just now? Zhang Wengxin walked to the crib and stopped, turning Lin Zichen over and letting him lie down to sleep, while muttering something like this in confusion. In the days to come. As soon as his parents leave, Lin Zichen will secretly do push-ups and sit-ups. You are doing push-ups, chi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, chi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-ups proficiency +1. I exercised like this for a while. One day, when Zhang Wengxin was giving Lin Zichen a bath, she was shocked to find that her baby actually had abdominal muscles, and she was immediately stunned. Husband, something big happened, come in quickly. What happened? Lin Yansheng ran into the bathroom with a nervous look on his face. Then, I followed others and became stupid. What's going on? Looking at Lin Zichen's vaguely visible 8-pack abs, Lin Yansheng looked in disbelief. How can a baby over 8 months old have abdominal muscles? Could it be that you crawl around every day to build up your abdominal muscles? Lin Yansheng was puzzled. Night. A family of 3 sat down to have dinner. Lin Zichen has been weaned and can drink some nutritious porridge appropriately. I had a huge appetite and drank bowl after bowl. This is because exercising at high intensity every day consumes too much. The uninformed parents were surprised to see that a baby could eat so much. After meal, a family of 3 is sitting on the sofa watching TV. Watching the news. There was a piece of news about attacks by alien beasts. My parents looked worried, saying that attacks by alien beasts have been frequent recently and the world is becoming more and more dangerous. Then I saw another piece of news about a child prodigy. It is said that over in Kyoto, there is a 1,000-year-old martial arts family who gave birth to a genius with supernatural powers. He was able to lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand at the age of 2, which shocked the whole country. Lin Yansheng couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. The martial arts families in Kyoto have good genes and good resources. Many of their descendants are the proud ones from birth. It's really enviable. Out of her mother's preference for her son, Zhang Wengxin said with a disapproving look, my Chen Chen is also a proud son of heaven, and he will definitely not lose to those so-called geniuses from aristocratic families in the future. Listening to Zhang Wengxin's words, Lin Zichen silently gave her a thumbs up, thinking that his mother still knows people with her sharp eyes. After that, his eyes stayed on the TV screen, looking at the child prodigy easily lifting the barbell with one hand, and he was filled with thoughts. At the age of 2, he can easily lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. The genius who shocked the whole country. I wonder if I will be able to easily lift 20 kilograms with one hand when I am 2 years old. As he grew older, Lin Zichen began to understand his family background. Living in a place called Shanghai City. Live in a single-family house in a village in the city. Just a simple family of 3 with no other relatives. My parents both write online novels and have little interpersonal contact. They usually stay at home typing on the keyboard and typing. The only social interaction is the occasional dinner party with the family of the baby girl who just moved next door. There were many dinner parties, and Lin Zichen also became familiar with the baby girl's family. It was learned that the baby girl's name was Shen Qinghan, and her parents were both teachers. Her mother's name was Xu Meng, and her father's name was Shen Zhanye. Other than that, the rest is not clear. This day, Lin Zichen celebrated his 2nd birthday. After celebrating, the first thing he did was to find a glove box, add nearly 20 kilograms of groceries into it, and then try to lift it with one hand. As a result, it was lifted easily. Okay, now I am also a nationally sensational child prodigy. Lin Zichen smiled. At this time, Zhang Wengxin's shout came from the living room. Chen Chen, Sister Han Han is here to play with you. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen put down the glove box and walked slowly to the living room. When he came to the living room, what caught his eyes was a beautiful young woman and a young girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. The visitors were Shen Qinghan's mother and daughter who lived next door. The baby girl who could not crawl back then has now grown into a cute little loli with twin tails. Chen Chen, these are egg tarts made by Aunt Meng. They are delicious. Xu Meng handed the box of egg tarts to Lin Zichen and said with a smile on his face. Lin Zichen took the egg tart and thanked him politely. Thank you, Aunt Meng. Hearing this thank you made Xu Meng feel bitter. At the same age, Lin Zichen can already communicate with adults fluently, but his daughter Shen Qinghan is often unable to fully express her thoughts. This is so obtuse and looks stupid. There really is no harm without comparison. After staying in the living room for a while and tasting a few egg tarts, Lin Zichen had nothing to do and quickly returned to his room, closed the door and exercised intensively. Shen Qinghan liked staying with him very much and followed him into the room. He sat aside and watched curiously as he lay on the ground and moved up and down crazily. TT, egg tarts. Looking at it, Shen Qinghan handed an egg tart in his hand to Lin Zichen's mouth. Her voice sounded milky, and she was a little slurred in speech. She said, "Eat," instead of "time." "No, you can eat it yourself." "Time, good time." Shen Qinghan insisted on Lin Zichen eating it. Egg tarts are her favorite food, and she must share them with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen had no choice but to stop and eat the egg tarts she handed him. After eating the egg tarts, continued doing push-ups. After doing it for a while, I felt that the intensity was not enough and my body was not improved significantly. As his body becomes stronger and stronger, simple fitness exercises can no longer meet his evolutionary needs. He stopped and looked around the room, and finally his eyes fell on Shen Qinghan beside him, and asked her to sit on him as a weight-bearing pendant. Shen Qinghan was extremely happy, lying on his back like a sloth and hugging him. While doing weight-bearing push-ups, through the strange feeling on his back, Lin Zichen discovered that Shen Qinghan was wearing a thick diaper under her skirt. It's obviously a bit abnormal to still wear diapers at the age of 2. Regarding this matter, Lin Zichen heard Xu Meng complain to Zhang Wengxin, which seemed to mean that Shen Qinghan still likes to wet her pants, so she has to wear diapers many times. Time flies. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen's age has reached 3 years old. At this time, his physical fitness was so abnormal that he could lift a 40 kilograms rice box with one hand. He didn't know what level it was. All I know is that the Kyoto prodigy I saw on TV last year is now far inferior to myself. He had been paying attention to the news about the child prodigy. The child prodigy is now 4.5 years old and is still challenging to lift a 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. The gap in strength is already very wide. Lin Zichen was very confused about this. Then the Kyoto prodigy could lift a 20 kilograms dumbbell with one hand when he was 2 years old. How come he couldn't lift a 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand at the age of 4.5? This strength growth curve is very inconsistent with common sense. Lin Zichen just thought about it without getting too entangled. He quickly had an idea and opened the character panel to check the data. Name: Lin Zichen. Age: 3 years old. Creature level: ordinary, first level. Biological attributes: use it or lose it. Lin Zichen turned his attention to the biological level, where the original words, ordinary first level, were still displayed. You can even lift a 40 kilograms object with one hand, but is your biological level still only at the first level? So what is the level of ordinary second level? Beyond human limits. Just as she was thinking about it, Zhang Wengxin came over from nowhere and said, "Chen, Mom is going shopping with your Aunt Meng later. Do you want to go shopping with Mom, or do you want to stay at home with Dad?" "My mother and I went shopping," Lin Zichen answered without hesitation. "I am stuck at home exercising every day, and my life is a bit depressing. I need to go out and relax appropriately." When the mother and son changed their shoes and went out, Shen Qinghan and her daughter were already waiting outside. 3-year-old Shen Qinghan is wearing a small lace skirt and a pink butterfly hairpin on her head. She has a pair of big Kazilan eyes with watery eyes, which makes her look very fresh and cute. "Chen, eat biscuits." Shen Qinghan broke a biscuit in his hand into 2 halves and gave the larger half to Lin Zichen. The voice is no longer so milky, the speech is no longer slurred, and it sounds much smoother. "Thanks." Lin Zichen took the cookie and ate it in one bite. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan's face was filled with smiles. She still loved to laugh and pee as before. She still wore a thick diaper under her skirt. You are walking, chi and blood +1, body coordination +1, walking proficiency +1. Come to the street. Lin Zichen was exercising while hiking and observing the surrounding environment along the way. Busy with traffic and numerous high-rise buildings, it looks not much different from its previous life. At most, it's just construction facilities and means of transportation, which looks a bit high-tech. A somewhat noticeable difference is the occasional presence of orcs and robots among the crowds. The so-called orcs are actually warriors who have fused the genes of alien beasts, and then have some of the characteristics of alien beasts in their bodies. Some have animal ears on their heads. There are wings sprouting from the back. There are also ones covered with scales, like a lizard walking among the crowd. The robot is a mechanically modified human being with many parts of its body made of metal. It looks like Genos from the anime One Punch Man, full of cyber technology style. Whether they are genetic fusion people or mechanically modified people, there are not many of them, and you have to walk a long way to see one occasionally. It's just that this kind of person's appearance is more conspicuous, and they are often noticed as soon as they appear. The two mothers were shopping and soon entered a women's clothing store. We tried on one piece of clothing after another, exchanging compliments in business the whole time. Xu Meng exaggerated that Wangxin looked good in a short skirt, and her legs were long and white, making her very hot. Zhang Wangxin praised Xu Meng for looking good in a suspender skirt. Her collarbones are delicate and her shoulders are smooth and tender, which is particularly attractive. Listening to the two mothers' business bragging, Lin Zichen couldn't help but look at them. I have to say that the two young mothers are really charming. The figure and appearance are both excellent, and I can score at least 8 out of 10 points. Plus being in the wonderful years of her 20s. She looks both young and mature, exuding the charm of a woman. Lin Zichen just looked at them for a while, and then quickly moved his eyes away from the two mothers and turned to Shen Qinghan beside them. Oval face, big eyes, small upturned nose, small cherry mouth, delicate and fair skin. It can be said that she has inherited the beauty of her mother Xu Meng well, and she will definitely be an exquisite beauty when she grows up. After coming out of the women's clothing store, two mothers took their children into a toy store upstairs in the mall. I need to buy some toys for my two children. Shen Qinghan turned around and didn't take a fancy to any toys, but instead took a fancy to the snacks in the snack shop opposite. Lin Zichen was not interested in toys either, and said he wanted to go to the bookstore next door to buy books, hoping to learn more about the world through reading. Both mothers were puzzled. Other children at this age loved toys. Why were these two children so special? However, they still couldn't understand each other. Both mothers still followed their children's wishes and bought them what they wanted. When buying books, Lin Zichen picked books related to alien beasts, genetic fusions, and mechanically modified humans. Chen, these books are not suitable for children. How about we go to Sister Hanhan's place to buy picture books? Zhang Wangxin pointed to the children's area in front and said. Lin Zichen opened the book he selected and said to Zhang Wangxin, these books also have pictures. I like to see these pictures. Zhang Wangxin took a look at the pictures in the book. They were either ferocious beasts, mutated gene fusions, or various expensive parts for mechanically transforming people. She felt that children should not read these books and should read some cartoon-like children's books, but since her son liked reading them, she bought them all. Arrive home. Lin Zichen couldn't wait to look through the books he bought. You are reading a book. Spirit +1, Understanding +1, Knowledge +1. Achievement: 100 million words read in total. Reward: obtain biological attributes, the root of wisdom of heaven and man. Cumulative number of words read: 10,086 100th million. Lin Zichen, who was reading the book intently, suddenly noticed a few lines of text emerging from the void. He glanced at the content and couldn't help but feel slightly excited. After the initial kicking achievement, there is finally a second achievement task. In the future, in addition to boring exercise, the daily schedule must include reading a book for entertainment. As time goes by, gradually, it was time for Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to go to kindergarten. Together, the two parents decided to enroll their two children in the Rainbow Kindergarten closest to home, so that they could be picked up and dropped off at the same time. The tuition fees for this kindergarten are relatively expensive. But correspondingly, the curriculum is also richer than that of ordinary kindergartens. There are extracurricular activities classes. There are foreign language classes. There are intellectual development classes and so on. Just the day before school started, Lin Zichen's parents suddenly went out for something. Before leaving, they sent him to Shen Qinghan's house and asked Shen Qinghan's parents to send him to kindergarten to register tomorrow. Neighbor's house, Xu Meng said in a gentle voice. Chen, your parents won't be back until tomorrow night. You will stay at Aunt Meng's house tonight. Aunt Meng will send you and Han to kindergarten tomorrow morning. Well, trouble Aunt Meng. Lin Zichen nodded. Shen Jianye on the side heard what he said and couldn't help but sigh. Chen is so sensible, and he even knows how to trouble you Aunt Meng. He is such a little grown up. It would be great if Han could be as sensible as you. In the evening, after Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took a shower together, they went to the room to sleep together. Shen Qinghan was very happy to be able to sleep with Lin Zichen. I kept talking to him and chatting with him. She said she was looking forward to going to kindergarten tomorrow and meeting many friends there. Lin Zichen only responded to her occasionally, and spent most of the time sitting on the bed with his back against the wall reading. You are reading the illustrated book of alien beasts, Spirit +1, Understanding Ability +1, Knowledge of Alien Beasts +1. Cumulative number of words read, 43.96 million, 100 million. In order to complete his reading achievement, Lin Zichen read an average of 300,000 words a day for nearly 5 months. However, it's not even halfway through the progress bar. This reading achievement is more than 10 times more difficult than the previous leg kicking achievement. After reading for a while, Lin Zichen felt that it was almost time, so he put down the book and prepared to go to bed. At this time, Shen Qinghan, who had been chattering non-stop just now, was already lying on the side, sleeping soundly, with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Zichen took a tissue and wiped her saliva. While wiping it, his eyes involuntarily fell on the diaper she was wearing. Even though she is 4 years old now, Shen Qinghan still wets her pants and has to wear diapers frequently. Her parents took her to several hospitals for physical examinations, but they were unable to find out the specific cause. The next morning, Xu Meng got up early, cooked porridge, and called the 2 children up for breakfast. Lin Zichen had woken up early. When Xu Meng came over to wake up, he had been exercising in the room for more than an hour. In contrast, Shen Qinghan stayed in bed for a long time before being carried out of the living room by Xu Meng. While having breakfast, Lin Zichen finished the porridge in a few seconds and washed the dishes himself, showing off his sense of humor. On the side, Shen Qinghan instinctively put the porridge in his mouth with a spoon while dozing off with his eyes open, falling into a bug state where he was too sleepy to eat and too hungry to sleep. While waiting for Shen Qinghan to finish his porridge, Lin Zichen sat quietly reading a book, constantly absorbing the knowledge in the book. Learn that there are 6 levels of creature levels: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legend, and myth. Among them, each level is divided into 9 stages. The above levels were learned by humans from ancient stone tablets in some mysterious ruins hundreds of years ago, and they are still used today. After hundreds of years of exploration and research, mankind also learned a very desperate fact. Due to their weak flesh and blood, the upper limit of human evolution is extremely low, and the highest level is only the ordinary 9th level. If you want to evolve further, you must integrate powerful alien beast genes. Alternatively, one can also use mechanical transformation to give the physical body a strength that rivals high-level creatures, rare-level creatures, or even epic-level creatures. The epic-level creatures are so powerful that they can physically withstand nuclear bombs. The body can withstand a nuclear bomb. Is this really possible? Lin Zichen felt very unbelievable. Rainbow Kindergarten. The school gate. Countless children looked at their parents outside the gate, with tears streaming down their faces. When these children grow up, this is the first time they have to leave their parents and spend a day in a strange place. Mom, don't go, woo-woo-woo. Shen Qinghan was lying on the door rail, crying like a tearful person as if she didn't want money. Xu Meng comforted her gently. Han, don't cry. When you get out of school in the afternoon, your mother will come to school to pick you up. Shen Qinghan was still crying. Xu Meng had no choice but to look at Lin Zichen aside and said, Chen, help Aunt Meng take care of Han. Aunt Meng will come to take you home in the afternoon. Well, I understand, Aunt Meng. Lin Zichen nodded. Not long after, the kindergarten door was completely closed. Many children cannot see their parents and gradually stop crying. After all, the audience is gone, and the actors naturally have no motivation to perform. Instead, the kindergarten teachers in the school began to get busy. In order to make the children enjoy going to kindergarten, the kindergarten teachers organized the children to play games with gentle words. Lin Zichen's class played an arm wrestling game to see who was stronger. The rules of this game are simple and easy for children to understand. The most important thing is that the games are all face-to-face, which helps children get to know each other quickly. Lin Zichen was not interested in arm wrestling and wanted to find a corner to exercise. But seeing that Shen Qinghan on the side wanted to play, he finally went with her to play. After playing for a while, seeing that Shen Qinghan had completely integrated into the game atmosphere and was chatting and laughing with a little girl with a bun haircut, Lin Zichen quietly left the crowd and found a place to do push-ups. Not long after he left, Shen Qinghan suddenly wanted to pee, so he and the little girl with a round head went to the toilet hand in hand. They were still talking and laughing when they went there, but when they came out of the toilet, their relationship collapsed. I'm so embarrassed to have to wear diapers at such a big age. I won't play with people wearing diapers. I didn't. Faced with the dislike of the little girl with a round head, Shen Qinghan was at a loss for a moment. Everyone, please don't play with her. She is so old and has to wear diapers. It's so embarrassing. When other little girls passed by, the little girl with the round head would tell them not to play with Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan almost cried when he saw this. She originally wanted to make a lot of friends in school, why did she suddenly become like this? She thought it was all the fault of the diaper, so she quickly ran into the toilet and took off the diaper. But even so, the little girl with a round head still disliked her. He even gave her the nickname, Diaper Princess, in an attempt to get everyone to isolate her. Children's malice always comes suddenly and without reason. Shen Qinghan felt the malice of the little girl with a round head, and immediately lost expectations for kindergarten life. Wiping her tears in grievance, Shen Qinghan turned around and ran away to find Lin Zichen. She finally knew now that Lin Zichen was the only one who would not dislike her for peeing her pants and would always be her friend. You are doing sit-ups, Qi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing pull-ups, Qi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, back muscle strength +1, pull-up proficiency +1. Your biological level is raised to ordinary second level. Lin Zichen was concentrating on his exercise when he suddenly saw an unexpected reminder message in the void. The biological level has been exceeded. He couldn't believe it, so he quickly stopped and opened the character panel to check. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 4 years old. Creature level, ordinary level 2. Biological attributes, use it or lose it. The biological level has really broken through, from ordinary first level to ordinary second level. A few days ago, he tested various data on his body. Can lift a rice box weighing 80 kilograms with one hand. The height jump can reach 1.2 meters. The 100-meter sprint can break 11 seconds. The above data are still far from the previous world record. But taken together, he is also the best among ordinary people. Without relevant professional training, it is impossible to reach this level. So, the average second level is the best among ordinary adults in the previous life. For the first time, Lin Zichen had a certain understanding of the levels of creatures in the ordinary stage. Using the ordinary second level strength as a reference, he estimated that the ordinary third level strength should be enough to break various world records in previous lives. Moreover, it is still far beyond the record. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about this, Shen Qinghan's voice came from the front. Chen, I miss my mother. I want to go home. Shen Qinghan trotted up to Lin Zichen and complained to him with tears in his eyes. Lin Zichen was a little confused. Didn't you just meet a good friend? Why are you crying and wanting to go home all of a sudden? What happened? Lin Zichen wiped Shen Qinghan's tears and asked in a gentle voice. While sobbing, Shen Qinghan told everything about what he had just experienced. After hearing this, Lin Zichen touched her head and said, "It's okay, we will always be good friends." Well, we will always be good friends. Pull the hook, hang yourself. For 100 years, you are not allowed to change. Shen Qinghan took Lin Zichen's little finger and turned his eyes from crying into laughter. During lunch break, as soon as the head teacher, Teacher Taozi, left, Shen Qinghan immediately left his bed and crawled into Lin Zichen's bed next to him like a kitten. Because she was ostracized by the little girl with a round head in the morning, she has become more clingy to Lin Zichen now, more dependent than ever before. Lin Zichen felt that it was hot and uncomfortable for two people to squeeze into a small bed, but she still liked it. Not long after, Lin Zichen also fell asleep. Halfway through his sleep, he suddenly felt warm all over his body. I quickly got up and lifted the quilt and took a look and found that Shen Qinghan had wet the bed. The mattress was completely wet. Lin Zichen felt a little numb. Doesn't this girl wear a diaper? What about diapers? Why didn't it work? Just when Lin Zichen was wondering, there was a little boy next to him who had not fallen asleep. He noticed with sharp eyes that there was urine on his mattress, and immediately pointed and shouted. Wetting the bed. Look, Chen Chen wets the bed. And Han Han also wet the bed, so embarrassing. Quote. When the children around heard the shouting, they all looked towards Lin Zichen. When they saw that Lin Zichen's mattress was wet, everyone started to boo. You two still wet the bed at such an old age, you two are disobedient children. Let's not play with those two anymore. The bedwetting king, you two will be called the bedwetting kings from now on. Quote. Shen Qinghan was woken up. Hearing the ridicule and rejection around him, his eyes turned red and he burst into tears. Mom, I don't want to go to kindergarten anymore. I want to go home, woo. If he was just being squeezed out, Lin Zichen wouldn't be like this group of kids. But listening to Shen Qinghan's cry from the side, he knew what he needed to do. So, I got up and jumped hard, and landed on the table with a dong sound. I looked down at the group of brats in the class with a very domineering voice. Shut up, everyone. Lin Zichen's shut up was so loud and powerful that it made all the children's ears buzz. For a moment, all the children were stunned. They have never seen anyone their age jump more than 1 meter high, and their voice is so domineering, just like the angry father at home. Lin Zichen looked around and warned in a more domineering voice. In the future, if you dare to call me the bedwetting king or bully Han Han again, I will make you wet the bed every day. Do you know? When he said the last sentence, he deliberately increased his volume. Just this increased volume seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, scaring many children into tears. Ooh, Daddy, I'm afraid. Mom, woo. Mom, Dad, school is not fun, I want to go home, woo. Among them, the little girl with a round head cried the most. Because Lin Zichen's warning just now was almost always looking at her and was extremely targeted. Soon, the movement in the classroom attracted all the teachers. What's wrong? What happened? Be good, everyone, stop crying. Chen, why are you standing on the table? It's very dangerous. Come down quickly. Quote. Lin Zichen ignored the arriving teacher. At this moment, all his attention fell on the words emerging from the void. You are so domineering that all the children in the class are afraid of you, and you successfully light up the title, Kindergarten Kid King. Achievement. Dominate the 9-year compulsory education. Reward. Obtain biological attributes, the weak eat the strong. Title. Kindergarten Kid King, Lit Primary School Leader, not Lit Junior High School Bully, not Lit. A third achievement mission actually appeared. Lin Zichen felt a little surprised. The previous reading achievements have not been completed yet, and I did not expect that the next achievement task would appear now. It seems that multiple achievement tasks are allowed to exist at the same time. This is good news. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, which was incompatible with the classroom filled with crying at the moment. The next day, the kindergarten received complaints from many parents in the class. These parents learned about what happened yesterday from their children, and each one called the kindergarten to ask for an explanation. The kindergarten has no choice but to invite relevant parents to the school to mediate in person. Those parents who started to investigate felt that Lin Zichen was the culprit, and pointed their fingers at Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wangsun. Shen Qinghan's parents, Shen Zhanye and Xu Meng, thought this was unreasonable. Both the couple believed that their daughter was the one being bullied, and Lin Zichen was just standing up for his daughter. What was wrong? As a result, the couple directly angrily attacked the parents who had raised eyebrows. Both of them are teachers. They are very articulate and speak one theory after another. They can silence those parents who want to ask for an explanation. Until the director came out and gave everyone a step down. To be honest, it was all a misunderstanding, everyone was right, and then the matter came to an end for the time being. Out of consideration for the children. The next day, the principal transferred Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan to another class. In another class, with Lin Zichen's protection, Shen Qinghan was never excluded by the children in the class and even made many friends. However, they are all ordinary friends. As a true friend, Shen Qinghan only recognizes Lin Zichen. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. This evening, Lin Zichen was reading in the room after taking a shower. Not long after, several reminder messages appeared in the void. A total of 100 million words have been read, achieved. Acquire biological attributes. Wisdom root of heaven and man. Heavenly wisdom root. Photographic memory. Learning ability reaches the peak of human beings. After reading the introduction of attributes, Lin Zichen casually opened a page in the book that he had not seen before and quickly scanned the content above. After reading, close the book and try to recite the entire page. Then I was pleasantly surprised to find that I could recite everything verbatim. It's truly a photographic memory. Wait until late at night. Seeing that his parents had gone back to their rooms to sleep, Lin Zichen left his room, sneaked into his parents' coding room, turned on their work computer, and searched for a teaching video about derivative functions in high school mathematics to watch. When he was in high school in his previous life, he was tortured by derivative functions. Now, he wants to use the derivative function to test the effect of heavenly human wisdom root. You are studying mathematics, spirit +1, logical thinking +1, calculation ability +1. In the dim room, the fluorescent light from the computer screen hit Lin Zichen's face directly, making his face look a little dark. After about half an hour, I finished watching the video. Also at this moment, Lin Zichen felt enlightened and understood the derivative function instantly. He immediately searched the mathematics college entrance examination papers from previous years and did several derivative function questions, and the answers came out as soon as they were derived. In my previous life, when I was in the third year of high school, I couldn't figure it out no matter how much guidance I gave. In this life, I was in a small class in kindergarten and I could figure it out with just one guide. Is this the gold content of reaching the pinnacle of human learning ability? Too strong. From now on, I am a genius with both civil and military skills. Lin Zichen felt slightly excited. The next morning, Lin Zichen came to the kindergarten and took a weekly intellectual development class. The teacher in class is a young-looking girl, as young as if she had just graduated from high school. Everyone calls her Ms. Strawberry. In class, Teacher Strawberry asked a question to the children in the class. If the teacher gave everyone 100 yuan and asked everyone to buy the same thing to fill the entire classroom, what would everyone buy? Buy chocolate because chocolate is delicious. Then I'll buy ice cream. I think ice cream tastes better than chocolate. Dad likes the graphics card 4070Ti. He even talks about 4070Ti in his dreams. I want to buy a graphics card for Dad. The children responded enthusiastically, but unfortunately, I didn't answer the question to the point. It was obvious that I didn't understand the question at all. Are there any other answers? There will be rewards for answering correctly. Teacher Strawberry asked, looking around. However, no child could answer it. In the end, Teacher Strawberry could only announce the answer: we can buy candles. As long as we light the candles, the candlelight can light up the entire classroom. Shen Qinghan below muttered, I really want the reward from Teacher Strawberry, but unfortunately I am too stupid to answer. Hearing Xiao Nizi's muttering, Lin Zichen stood up and looked at Teacher Strawberry on the podium and said, Teacher Strawberry, I don't think candles are good. Oh, Teacher Strawberry was a little surprised. He didn't expect any children to directly deny the standard answer. She was very curious about this, looked at Lin Zichen with a smile and asked, Chen, why can't candles work? Lin Zichen replied, because there are tables, chairs, and various things in the classroom. Under the candlelight, these things will produce shadows. When Teacher Strawberry heard this, his eyes lit up. Although Lin Zichen's answer sounded a bit over the top, she liked children with such ideas. Then Chen, what do you think you can buy to fill a whole classroom? Teacher Strawberry just asked in a procedural way and didn't think Lin Zichen could give the answer. Because even she couldn't think of a better answer than candles for a while. However, Lin Zichen's next answer shocked her. I will use the 100 yuan to buy a skirt for Teacher Strawberry, and Teacher Strawberry will fill the entire classroom with joy after receiving the skirt. You want to give me a dress? Teacher Strawberry's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. This answer is perfect. Is this something a 4-year-old can think of? Could I be dreaming? Teacher Strawberry suddenly felt as if she had actually received a skirt, and was flirted with by 4-year-old Lin Zichen. After class, Teacher Strawberry brought Lin Zichen to the office, took out a box of jigsaw puzzles and stuffed them into his hand, and said with a sweet smile on his face, "Chen, Teacher Strawberry liked the answer you just gave in class. As a reward, I will give you this jigsaw puzzle. Teacher Strawberry hopes you will become smarter and smarter." "Thank you, Teacher Strawberry." Lin Zichen accepted the gift without any fluctuation in his heart. With the attribute of heavenly wisdom root, he does not need jigsaw puzzles to help develop his intelligence. This gift is useless to him. So as soon as he returned to the classroom, he gave the jigsaw puzzle to Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan was very happy after receiving the gift. She couldn't put it down holding the jigsaw puzzle, and her eyes were full of her. "Come on, everyone, line up and have a smile. Okay, don't cry anymore. We will still have a chance to meet each other in the future. Maybe we will still be classmates in elementary school. Parents, please come and take photos together." In Rainbow Kindergarten, a group of teachers are busy organizing the graduating children to take photos. The 3 years of kindergarten are over. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, childhood sweethearts, both successfully graduated from Rainbow Kindergarten. He has grown from a 4-year-old kid when he came into a 7-year-old kid now. He left a lasting mark in his life. "Han, come over to Aunt Shin and take a photo with Chen." Coming, Shen Qinghan ran towards Zhang Wengsen with a smile on her face and took a group photo with her favorite Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen looked at Shen Qinghan on the side and found that his childhood sweetheart had become so beautiful without even realizing it. She is an extremely dazzling presence in the entire Rainbow Kindergarten and is the crush of most little boys. Fortunately, his appearance is not bad and he is equally dazzling. And in the past 3 years, he has won all the awards from Rainbow Kindergarten, making his charm even better than Shen Qinghan. Over the past 3 years, I have received many gifts from little girls in the kindergarten. Every once in a while, you will find snacks stuffed in the drawer by the little girl who has a crush on you. After the photo session is over, Xu Meng found Zhang Wengsen and asked, "Wengsen, where do you plan to let Chen go to elementary school? I feel like all the elementary schools nearby are pretty much the same. I plan to study in Sunshine Elementary School, which is closest to my home. Sunshine Elementary School is pretty good, so I'll ask our family Han to join us." Xu Meng smiled and said. When Shen Qinghan next to him heard this, he immediately looked at Lin Zichen with a smile on his face and said happily, Chen, we can continue to be classmates again when we reach elementary school." "Well, continue to be classmates. Then in the future, shall we continue to be classmates in junior high school, and university?" "Okay," Lin Zichen said with a smile. He has become accustomed to Shen Qinghan being around, and he enjoys the feeling of his childhood sweethearts growing up together, hoping it can continue. Summer vacation passes quickly. The school season in September has arrived in a blink of an eye. For Lin Zichen, life in elementary school is no different from kindergarten. "I was reading my own books during class to gain a deeper understanding of the background of the world. Then after class is over, I will just find a deserted corner, quietly exercise my body with high intensity, and go further and further on the road of evolution." The only difference is that Lin Zichen no longer needs his parents to take him to school. He chose to walk to and from school by himself, which not only gave him more freedom, but also made it easier for his parents. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengsen were very relieved that he didn't need to be picked up or dropped off. After all, the school is not far away, just a 10-minute walk. Of course, what really reassures the couple is that Lin Zichen has performed very well since he was a child, is both civil and military, and can protect himself well without his parents having to worry. When Shen Qinghan saw Lin Zichen walking to and from school, she also clamored to join him. Shen Zhanye and Xu Meng were reluctant at first, but seeing her persistence, they finally agreed. Thinking that with Lin Zichen together, his stupid daughter should be well protected. This morning, after Lin Zichen finished breakfast, he went to the door of his house and waited Father Shen Qinghan to come out and go to school together. With nothing to do while waiting, he suddenly opened the character panel and checked the data on it. Name: Lin Zichen. Age: 7 years old. Creature level: Ordinary level 2. Biological attributes: Use it or lose it, wisdom root of heaven and man. The biological level is still ordinary second level. However, compared to when he was still in kindergarten class 2.5 years ago, Lin Zichen's strength has improved a lot now. Can lift a 200 kilograms barbell with one hand. Jumping up to 2 meters on the spot. The 100-meter sprint broke the 8-second mark. Every data has far exceeded the previous world record. If it were placed in the previous life, it would be a superhuman existence. But in this mutated Earth with extraordinary power, there is still a long way to go with the word Superman. In the past 2.5 years, Lin Zichen searched and watched a lot of videos related to genetic fusions, mechanical modifications, and alien beasts on the internet. The 3 people in the video can fly into the sky and escape from the Earth, move mountains and reclaim seas, and are omnipotent, comparable to land gods. Every time I watch it, I feel very shocked and full of awe. There are too many creatures in this world that are too powerful to be understood. I have to work hard to evolve and strive to reach a status comparable to an immortal god one day. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. At this time, Shen Qinghan came out after breakfast. Wearing a light blue summer school uniform, she jumped up and down in front of Lin Zichen energetically, smiling with watery eyes. Xiaochen, I've been waiting for a long time. Since Lin Zichen graduated from kindergarten, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin stopped calling him Chen Chen and called him Xiaochen instead, making it sound less childish. Shen Qinghan heard more and changed his name to Xiaochen. As for Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen still called her Han Han. After all, girls are different from boys. A girl's nickname will only sound cute, not childish. Come to Sunshine Primary School. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are still at the same table. But the two of them never spoke in class and went about their own business quietly. Lin Zichen was reading the extracurricular books he brought from home. Shen Qinghan was listening to the teacher carefully. When he was in kindergarten, Shen Qinghan looked stupid and not very smart. When learning English, you can pronounce grandmother as Gunamad. But in elementary school, she became extremely smart and consistently ranked second in the class in every exam. The reason why she has changed so much is that her parents, who are teachers, have trained her well at home, and Lin Zichen has tutored her at school. Zichen, have you finished reading the book, Biological Structure, yesterday? In class, the math teacher passed by Lin Zichen. Seeing that the book he was reading now was different from yesterday, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Lin Zichen turned to the next page of the book and replied without raising his head, "Well, I've finished reading it." He got full marks on every math test and won the right to read extracurricular books in math class without worrying about the math teacher's objections. The math teacher couldn't help but sigh. "Zichen, you are really amazing. In the National Primary School Mathematics competition next week, the teacher will be counting on you." Lin Zichen said calmly, "Don't worry, teacher, I will get first place." The other students in the class looked at this scene with envious expressions on their faces. Feeling the looks from the classmates around her, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but straighten up, feeling proud of the excellence of his childhood sweetheart. Lin Zichen didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. He just read his book silently and absorbed all kinds of knowledge. In the days to come, Lin Zichen ranked first in the school in every exam and broke school records in every school sports meeting. Regardless of whether they are good students or bad students, they are filled with awe when facing him. Just when he thought that his 6 years in elementary school would be spent peacefully, and then he would successfully light up the leader of elementary school. One day, the class suddenly welcomed a very special transfer student. It was one day in the first semester of the second grade of elementary school. Lin Zichen is taking math class in the classroom. Halfway through the class, the head teacher suddenly led a white-haired girl into the classroom and told everyone that she was a transfer student and would be in class with everyone from today on. The moment I saw the white-haired girl, Lin Zichen sensed a hint of non-human aura from her body. The arrival of the white-haired girl immediately attracted everyone's attention and became the focus of the class. That white hair is really eye-catching. Xiaochen, her hair is so beautiful as snowflakes in winter. Shen Qinghan came close to Lin Zichen's ear and whispered, Lin Zichen didn't have time to care about whether the white-haired girl's hair looked good or not. At this moment, his thoughts were all focused on the inhuman aura exuding from the other party. Why is there an aura that is not human? Could it be a gene fusion person? Or, are they the descendants of gene fusion people? Lin Zichen had a lot of thoughts in his heart. In the days that followed, he kept paying attention to the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl is named Bai Shui. This name is very popular, but it goes well with her white hair. It has been several days since I transferred here, and I have never actively communicated with anyone. As soon as get out of class is over, he lies on the table motionless. I rarely even go to the toilet. At the beginning, everyone was curious about her. But as time went on, he gradually stopped paying so much attention to her. The classroom returned to its usual calm. Except for the appearance of a white-haired girl who was suspected of being autistic in the corner, everything else was the same as before. Until more than a month later. The peace in the classroom was finally broken. The white-haired girl sitting in the corner of the classroom often exudes a bad smell. It's not pungent, but it can be very uncomfortable if you get close. Lin Zichen made a special observation and found that the reason why the white-haired girl smelled bad was because her skin secreted some white substance. I don't know what the specific substance is. The color looks clean, but it smells bad. The white-haired girl became unpopular because of her odor. I began to be ostracized and ridiculed by my classmates. Faced with these ostracisms and ridicules, the white-haired girl didn't care from the beginning to the end, and just fell asleep on the table after class as usual. Lin Zichen saw all this and was surprised that the white-haired girl could endure it so well. He felt that this was probably a dangerous person and was wary of her. Until one day, there was a naughty boy who deliberately poured water on the white-haired girl's desk so that she could not sleep on the desk after class. She, who had always been expressionless, suddenly burst into tears. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. My eyes were swollen from crying. Lin Zichen was confused. The person he always considered dangerous was actually crying. Shen Qinghan on the side couldn't stand it any longer. He remembered his experience of being ostracized by his classmates when he first entered kindergarten. He immediately looked at Lin Zichen and said, "Xiaochen, Bai Shui is so pitiful, can we go and help her?" "Good," Lin Zichen said without thinking. He didn't know the details of the white-haired girl or what was going on with her. All I know is that the other person seems not to be a dangerous person as I imagined, but more like an autistic little girl who was bullied and cried by her classmates. Guan Chun, wipe away the water on Bai Shui's table. Lin Zichen walked to the naughty boy, stopped in front of him, and spoke to him in a calm tone. Very bland. It was so bland that there was no disturbance. However, the naughty boy was so frightened that he hurriedly picked up one of his books, used the book as a tissue, and stepped forward to quickly wipe away the water on the white-haired girl's desk. He was too afraid of Lin Zichen, for fear of making this campus figure with both civil and military talents unhappy. Not to mention the students in the class, even the 6th grade students were afraid of Lin Zichen. Every student in Sunshine Primary School has witnessed Lin Zichen's feats in the school sports meeting. They know how powerful his body is and dare not offend him. Those who bullied Bai Shui before should come over and apologize to her now. Lin Zichen looked around the class and said to everyone wherever he looked. As soon as she finished speaking, the students in the class who had bullied the white-haired girl came over one after another to apologize to her. There are those who just say sorry. Some took out their own snacks to apologize. Whether it was sincere or not, everyone was apologizing to the white-haired girl. Facing so many people's apologies, the white-haired girl felt a little overwhelmed and forgot to cry for a while. Wait until everyone has apologized. Shen Qinghan walked to the white-haired girl and stopped, turned around and said to the class, "No one is allowed to bully Bai Shui in the future. She is a classmate in our class, and we all need to be friends with her." With Lin Zichen here, no one dared not listen to Shen Qinghan's words. From this moment on, no one in the class dared to bully the white-haired girl. Thank you, thank you." The white-haired girl sobbed quietly and thanked Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan inaudibly. Shen Qinghan smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are classmates and we have to help each other." Lin Zichen said nothing, just took out a tissue and handed it to the white-haired girl. The white-haired girl reached out to take the tissue, timidly raised her head and glanced at Lin Zichen, etching his appearance deeply in her heart. Since that day, Shen Qinghan began to take the initiative to approach the white-haired girl and wanted to become friends with her. If there is something delicious and fun to eat, I will share it with her as soon as possible. He also led her to get to know Lin Zichen. He said that the three of us would play together and become the best triangular friends in the class. Shen Qinghan was able to do this because she herself had been ostracized and was full of pity for the white-haired girls who had the same experience. The white-haired girl was very flattered by this, and said in a weak voice, I smell so bad, don't you dislike me? As long as she can remember, she has been ostracized and disliked by her peers. Now that she met Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen who were willing to make friends with her, she felt unreal, as if she was in a dream. Shen Qinghan held the white-haired girl's hand and said seriously, I won't dislike it. We will always be good friends. After receiving Shen Qinghan's answer, the white-haired girl looked at Lin Zichen standing aside with a humble expression, wanting to hear his answer and caring about his thoughts. Me too, Lin Zichen said lightly. The white-haired girl was moved after hearing this. She took off a pair of animal teeth from her neck and put them in their hands respectively. She said a little unconfidently, Han, Xiaochen, you always give me delicious and fun things, and I want to give you things too. This pair of animal teeth was a birthday gift from my mother last year. Now I'm giving them to you. I hope you won't dislike them. Also, I hope we will always be good friends. Well, we will always be good friends. Shen Qinghan accepted the beast fang with a smile on his face. Afterwards, she looked at the two of them and suggested, let's hook up and make a promise that we won't change that for 100 years. Soon, the slightly childish voices of three people could be heard on the playground of Sunshine Primary School. Hook, hang yourself. No change allowed for 100 years. The next day, the white-haired girl dropped out of school. After hearing the news, Shen Qinghan was completely confused and didn't understand what happened. On the day the white-haired girl dropped out of school, Lin Zichen saw a tall man walking into the academic affairs office with the white-haired girl. He was impressed by the man, because the opponent's arms, half of his chest, and neck are all made of alloy. Suspected to be a mechanical transformation person. In this regard, Lin Zichen realized that the identity of the white-haired girl might not be simple. However, he didn't dwell too much on it. After all, the white-haired girl has already transferred to another school, and maybe we will never see her again in this life. It will just become a passerby in childhood. Unknowingly, months have passed since the episode about the white-haired girl. That night, Lin Zichen was rubbing his parents' shoulders in the living room. Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin, because they have been sitting in front of the computer for a long time typing and writing novels, many parts of their bodies have become stiff and very uncomfortable. Especially the shoulders, which often make a clicking sound when moving. Xiaochen is so sensible, he even knows how to give mommy a shoulder massage. Mommy's love for you is not in vain. Zhang Wengxin was lying on the sofa, enjoying Lin Zichen's moderately strong kneading, with an expression of happiness and enjoyment on her face. Lin Yansheng, who was sitting aside, felt a little unbalanced and said, it's not fair. My son only pinched me for less than half an hour just now. How come it's been almost an hour since I came here and he's still pinching me? Zhang Wengxin snorted. I changed all my son's diapers when he was a child, and I also washed him. Now I can enjoy my son's filial piety more. Why is it unfair? If you say that, then I have to tell you carefully. I prepared the milk powder for my son when he was a child. You have the nerve to say it. The milk powder you prepared for your son is either too hot or too cold. It's really shameless. The couple started fighting when they disagreed. Lin Zichen smiled and didn't pay too much attention. He knew that his parents only fought for fun and would not really quarrel. Moreover, a proper quarrel can also increase the family atmosphere, which is good. At the same time, a news was being reported on the TV screen in front. Kyoto prodigy, create greater glory again. At the age of 10, he successfully integrated the genes of alien beasts and was able to lift 1,000 jin boulder with one hand. The future is promising. Hearing the words, Kyoto prodigy, Lin Zichen immediately turned to look at the TV. Sure enough, it was the Kyoto prodigy who could lift 20 kilograms with one hand at the age of 2. It's the Kyoto prodigy again. This kid is on camera too often. Is he trying to make money by becoming an internet celebrity and selling goods? Lin Yansheng watched the news on TV, rubbed his stubble on his chin and muttered. Zhang Wengxin was puzzled and said, "This child has just turned 10 years old and his body has not fully developed yet. If we let him fuse the genes of the alien beasts, aren't we afraid that he will not be able to suppress the genes of the alien beasts and his body will mutate?" Lin Yansheng thought for a while and said, "After all, it is a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in Kyoto. It knows much more than us. Maybe it has some advanced gene fusion technology. No matter how advanced you are, you can't use your own children for experiments. It's really incomprehensible." Zhang Wengxin shook her head, not liking the martial arts family on TV. Lin Yansheng said disapprovingly, "You don't understand. These martial arts families often value family interests more than others. It is normal to sacrifice personal interests. Otherwise, they would not be able to develop to the scale they are today." Yes, you know best." Zhang Wengxin rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk to Lin Yansheng. Lin Zichen listened silently and did not express any opinions. To this day, he still pays attention to this Kyoto prodigy from time to time. I learned that the opponent was still trying to lift a 100 kilograms barbell with one hand at the beginning of the month. Unexpectedly, by the end of the month, I would be able to lift 500 kilograms with one hand. The strength directly increased 5 times. All I can say is that it's good to have resources at home, and you can win directly at the starting line. However, I am only 8 years old now, and I have not yet fused with the genes of alien beasts, but I can lift a 300 kilograms barbell with one hand. Even if my family cannot provide resources to support me, I still have a better future than this Kyoto prodigy." Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Soon, another piece of news was reported on TV. It's about foreign countries. In a neighboring country across the sea, an attack by a strange beast occurred. A relevant video has been released. In the video, in a dilapidated and abandoned city, you can see giant black rats everywhere. In one scene, you can even see an extremely bloody scene. A giant alien rat with 8 eyes and a length of 3 meters was gnawing on a fresh human corpse. The fangs were covered with scarlet blood. It looked extremely ferocious. This scene has not been coded, it is completely displayed on the TV screen, and even a close-up is given, which is very inappropriate for children. Moreover, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin did not change the channel to prevent Lin Zichen from watching. This is caused by different living environments. In this mutated Earth, officials hope that everyone can clearly understand the dangers of alien beasts. Even children. Therefore, many reports about strange beasts are often very large in scale. After investigation, it was found that pagan elements were behind this attack by alien beasts. I hope that all countries can give us Yinghai country some assistance and jointly destroy the heretics. We in Yinghai Kingdom will fight the heretics until death. In the video, an old man from Yinghai country with white temples, after speaking angrily, bowed to the audience in front of the TV with his hands pressed tightly to his thighs. This was the first time Lin Zichen heard the word pagan. Immediately picked up Zhang Wengxin's mobile phone and checked online. Then I learned that the so-called paganism is an anti-human organization founded by some traitors. These pagan traitors betrayed the human race for profit and became the lackeys of the alien beasts. They chose to point the finger at their own race and often carried out attacks in human territory. Many small countries with weak national strength are often made miserable. Fortunately, I was born in a large country with strong national power. There is a relatively stable environment that allows me to grow and develop stably. Lin Zichen felt happy in his heart. Now he wants nothing more than that the land where he lives can allow him to grow up safely until he is 18 years old. By then, with the plug-in, I will be strong enough to protect myself and my family even if I encounter those giant alien rats in the news reports. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, bursts of air bursts were heard outside the window. The glass vibrated. The eardrums feel buzzing. Lin Zichen, who heard the commotion, quickly put away his thoughts and ran to the window to check the situation. When he opened the curtains and took a look, he found that dozens of mechanical transformations were passing by at high speed in the night sky outside the window, leaving traces of flight in the sky. How come there are so many official mechanical transformations flying at this time? What happened? Lin Yansheng walked to the window at some point and looked at the official mechanical transformation man gradually receding in the night sky, his face full of confusion. Zhang Wengsun also walked over, looked at the night sky with a worried look on her face and said, I hope nothing bad happened. Lin Zichen stood in front of Zhang Wengsun, quietly looking at the flight traces remaining in the night sky, thinking the same thing as Zhang Wengsun. Xiaochen, Xiaochen, Xiaochen. Did you just see the mechanical cyborg in the sky? Flying over a large area at once, it's so spectacular. Lin Zichen was still looking at the night sky in front of the window, when Shen Qinghan's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Xiaonizi's voice sounded very excited, like a child in the village who saw a plane in her previous life. Xiaochen, Han is here to find you, hurry up and open the door. Zhang Wengsun lowered her head and looked at Lin Zichen in front of her and urged. Lin Zichen quickly left the window and went to open the door for Shen Qinghan outside the house. As soon as the door opened, what came into view was Shen Qinghan, who had just taken a shower. He was wearing a set of light pink pajamas and pajamas. His hair was wet and he looked very fresh. Lin Zichen looked at her and said, it's not like I haven't seen it on TV before. Are you so excited? Shen Qinghan jumped into the room with a bright smile and said, it's different. I saw it on TV, but I didn't see it live. Lin Zichen didn't speak and silently closed the door. After entering the room and sitting down, he saw that Shen Qinghan's hair was wet. He found a hair dryer and said, your hair is too wet. Come sit over here and I will dry it for you. Shen Qinghan sat down obediently and asked Lin Zichen to help her blow dry her hair. While she was blow drying her hair, her straight and slender legs kept swaying, which was very dazzling. Zhang Wengsun, who was sitting next to her, fell more and more in love with her as she looked at her. With an aunt's smile on her face, she said, Shumeng's daughter is so beautiful. I'm afraid many boys in school have a crush on her. How about we also have a daughter? Lin Yansheng joked with a smile. Zhang Wengsun rolled her eyes and said, with a ready-made girl like Han, I can just treat her as my daughter. Why bother to have another one? The other side, Shen Qinghan, who finally dried her hair, turned to look at Lin Zichen, tilted her head with her chin in one hand, and asked with a pair of watery Kazilan eyes. Xiao Chen, I don't understand a few questions in my math homework very well. Can you teach me about them later? Can, Lin Zichen said without thinking. In the next time, the two people did math homework in the room. One teaches, one learns. Shen Qinghan is very smart. Most of the problems can be solved easily and all the difficult problems are solved quickly. After finishing his homework, Shen Qinghan lay down casually on Lin Zichen's bed, playing with his fingers and chatting with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was doing sit-ups at the side and could only muddle through without making a sound. After chatting for a while, it was almost time to go to bed. Shen Qinghan yawned and said, Xiaochen, I'm so sleepy. I'm too lazy to get out of bed and go home to sleep. I'll sleep here tonight. Anything is fine. Then go and talk to my mother. I'm too lazy to get out of bed and make a phone call. Good. After Lin Zichen finished speaking, he got up and got out of bed and asked Zhang Wengsun to call Shumeng and said that Shen Qinghan would sleep here tonight. Shumeng agreed and brought over the school uniform, shoes, socks, and cleaning supplies that Shen Qinghan would wear tomorrow. Lin Zichen brought all these things to the room so that Shen Qinghan could change them when he got up tomorrow morning. This girl falls asleep so fast. Looking at Shen Qinghan lying flat on the bed with a sweet look on his face, Lin Zichen smiled and took a tissue to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth. Afterwards, turn off the lights and go to bed. Each person has a pillow and a quilt to prevent someone from grabbing the quilt in the middle of the night and freezing another person. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early. Before dawn. I looked at the alarm clock on my bedside and it was only 5 o'clock. Waking up at 5 o'clock every morning is exactly his biological sleep clock. He is used to getting up early to exercise. If he doesn't do hundreds of push-ups to warm up when he wakes up in the morning, he will feel exhausted for the whole day. You are doing push-ups, chi and blood +1, arm muscle strength +1, chest muscle strength +1, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing squats, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, squat proficiency +1. You are doing sit-ups, chi and blood +1, abdominal muscle strength +1, sit-ups proficiency +1. After an intense workout, Lin Zichen went downstairs to wash up. During this period, he stood in front of the mirror on the sink and took off his shirt to check the results of his exercise over the past few years. The muscles are not exaggeratedly big, but they look sharp and angular, full of explosive power. Especially the abdominal muscles, which are as perfect as a knife carve and feel particularly enjoyable to touch. Tisk, tisk, Xiaochen, it turns out that you are as pretty as your dad, posing in various poses in front of the mirror so early in the morning. Zhang Wengxin got up to make breakfast. When she passed by the bathroom, she saw Lin Zichen inside looking at the mirror in various poses like a bodybuilder, and couldn't help but feel happy. Lin Zichen was still narcissistic at first, but when Zhang Wengxin suddenly said this, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. Oh, you're still blushing. Come on, come over and touch your abdominal muscles for mom. I'm going to ask Han to come down for breakfast. After saying these words, Lin Zichen fled the bathroom as fast as he could. Taish is dead. He didn't want to see Zhang Wengxin again today. It is really impossible to face it. When Lin Zichen returned to the room upstairs, Shen Qinghan hasn't woken up yet. He lay flat on the bed carelessly, and the quilt on his body was gone. Looking down, she saw that the quilt had been kicked off the bed by her at some point. You are so old, and you still kick the quilt when you sleep. Lin Zichen shook his head and stepped forward to pick up the quilt. Throwing the quilt on the bed, his eyes fell on Shen Qinghan's lower body. There was a bulge in his crotch, and he was still wearing diapers like he was when he was a child. An 8-year-old girl is wearing a diaper, and there is something 100% wrong with her body. But strangely, the cause has never been found. Fortunately, Shen Qinghan only wets the bed and pants easily until now. Other than that, there are no other problems. It's a blessing in misfortune. Lin Zichen stopped thinking about it, reached out and pinched Shen Qinghan's face, and shouted softly, Han, it's already past 6 o'clock. Get up quickly, brush your teeth, wash your face and have breakfast. Shen Qinghan opened his eyes drowsily, sat up instinctively and stretched. Afterwards, she looked at Lin Zichen with a sleepy look on her face, and said in a soft voice, Xiaochen, I just dreamed of Bai Shui. I don't know where she is now or what she is doing. Bai Shui is having breakfast at her house. Get up quickly and change clothes, otherwise the breakfast downstairs will get cold. I know. After Shen Qinghan said that, he took off his pajamas in front of Lin Zichen and put on the school uniform beside him. The moment he took off his pajamas, Lin Zichen suddenly felt a little dazzling. Shen Qinghan's chest is glowing. To be more precise, it was the animal tooth she wore on her chest that was glowing. That was the animal tooth given to her by the white-haired girl. Chapter 11. Han, the animal tooth you are wearing around your neck is glowing. Really? Take it off and let me take a look. Now, here you go. Shen Qinghan obediently took off the beast's tooth and handed it to Lin Zichen in front of him. Lin Zichen took the animal tooth and looked at it carefully in his hand. There were no lights on in the room, which made it a little dim. The light emitted from the animal's teeth seemed unusually bright, as dazzling as fireflies at night. Holding it in your hand, you can feel the vitality contained in the animal's teeth. However, it is a vitality that does not belong to human beings, but more like an alien beast, full of brutal wildness. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Zichen realized that the inhuman aura on the white-haired girl came from the beast's teeth, not the white-haired girl herself. So, what kind of creature's teeth are these? Alien beast. Lin Zichen studied the animal tooth for a long time, but could not figure out the reason. Because the light emanating from the beast's teeth quickly dissipated, becoming inconspicuous again, unable to delve into it. Seeing this, Lin Zichen could only put away the animal teeth in his hands first, and then at Zhang Wengxin's urging, he and Shen Qinghan went downstairs to have breakfast. While eating breakfast, he asked Zhang Wengxin for his mobile phone, took a photo of the animal's teeth, and uploaded it to the internet for image recognition. Unfortunately, still nothing. There is nothing I can do now, I can only rely on myself. So before going out to school, he returned to his room and took his animal tooth with him, intending to take it to school for further study. On the road, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked side by side, attracting the attention of people around them wherever they went. The two of them are so good-looking, better looking than the child actors on TV who are full of filters, that everyone passing by can't help but take a look. Lin Zichen had long been accustomed to these looks and didn't pay too much attention to them. He silently rushed to school with Shen Qinghan. Wow, what a beautiful kid. Are you two brother and sister, or sister and brother? When passing by a bar, a woman with heavy makeup came over and looked at the two of them with a smile on her face and asked. She was dressed very revealingly and wanted to show off all the parts of her body that could attract men's attention. She was holding a lit cigarette in her hand, and she didn't look like a serious person. We are neither brothers nor sisters, we are childhood sweethearts and best friends. Shen Qinghan said in a soft voice. My childhood sweetheart, that's great. My sister also wants to have a childhood sweetheart. The woman smiled enviously and then asked. You are still so young, why are you carrying your school bags to school by yourself? Where are your parents? Mom, Dad, they. Stop chatting, we're going to be late. Let's go. Before Shen Qinghan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Zichen who was standing beside him, and he quickly left while holding his little hand. After walking a long distance, Lin Zichen slowed down a little and said to Shen Qinghan with a serious face. Don't just chat with strangers on the street in the future, you know. Well, I understand. Shen Qinghan nodded obediently. Soon, the two came to the school. During class, the teacher on the stage was giving a lecture, and Lin Zichen in the audience was looking down at the animal teeth. The scene he saw in the room in the morning made him curious about the animal teeth given by the white-haired girl. What kind of creature has teeth that emit light inexplicably and are still full of vitality after being separated from the mouth for so long? It is obviously impossible to be an ordinary creature, and it is most likely a strange beast. Moreover, there is a high probability that it is a strange beast that has not yet been included by humans. Otherwise, you can find out the obvious characteristics that Beast Tooth showed in the room this morning by just searching online. However, I checked Zhang Wengxin's mobile phone during breakfast this morning, but found nothing. This somewhat proves that the owner of the tooth is most likely an unknown beast that has not yet been included in the register. What does the white-haired girl do at home? How could her mother give her such a special birthday gift? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of a martial arts family? Lin Zichen was puzzled. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it's time for school to end in the afternoon. As "goodbye, teacher" sounded, the students in the classroom quickly left, leaving only Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan who were unhurried. Both of them walked to and from school by themselves. They didn't have to rush out of school to find their parents as soon as get out of class was over, like other students in the class, for fear that they would be late and cause traffic jams on the way home. Xiao Chen, we will celebrate your birthday together next month. I have prepared gifts for you in advance. Have you prepared them for me in advance? As soon as he walked out of the classroom door, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen expectantly and asked. Their birthdays are only one day apart. The two families have been getting together to celebrate since childhood, and this year is no exception. However, Lin Zichen never thought about birthdays at all, let alone preparing birthday gifts in advance. Now suddenly asked by Shen Qinghan, he could only lie and said, like you, I have already prepared in advance. Really, Shen Qinghan said with a smile on his face, I'm looking forward to your gift, Xiaochen. Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. Xiaochen, which way are we going home today? Shen Qinghan was walking happily, looking sideways at Lin Zichen beside him and asked. Lin Zichen thought for a moment and then replied, let's take the abandoned alley in the old city today. There are still many roads that we haven't traveled there. Let's go and take a look today. For some reason, after resurrecting his life, he became very eager to explore and liked to take a different path every time he came home from school. He had thought about this problem and felt that he might have come to a strange world, and he was eager to understand this world all the time. Then slowly, as I grew up, I developed a strong desire to explore. Chen, it's so quiet in the alley. Walking in the abandoned old alley, Shen Qinghan opened his big black eyes and looked at the surrounding environment curiously. Lin Zichen explained, this place will be demolished next month, and most of the residents who originally lived here have moved away, so it seems quieter. Xiaochen, look here. There's a dandelion here. This is the first time I've seen wild dandelions in my life. Shen Qinghan trotted forward and pointed to a dandelion in the corner, his little face full of excitement. Lin Zichen walked forward with a smile, and she squatted down, looking at the fragile dandelion flower in front of her, her eyes full of regret, and said, "Dandelions are so beautiful. It would be great if they could grow stronger so that they would not be blown away by the wind and would remain beautiful and bright for everyone passing by." Lin Zichen smiled and said, "If the dandelion flower grew strong, you wouldn't be able to see this beautiful dandelion flower now." "Why?" Shen Qinghan raised her little face and looked at Lin Zichen, with clear eyes in her watery eyes. Lin Zichen gave her a popular science guide, because the seeds in dandelion flowers are dandelion seeds. They need the wind to disperse them and take them to various places to take root and sprout, and then new dandelion flowers will grow. What a magical dandelion! Shen Qinghan felt incredible. At the same time, she felt that Lin Zichen was so smart and knew basically everything. After finishing the popular science, Lin Zichen squatted down beside him, gently picked off the dandelion flower, handed it to Shen Qinghan to hold, and said in a gentle voice, "Han, get up and lift the dandelion flower on your hand a little higher, blow away the seeds in the flower, and let the dandelion seeds float to various places with the wind to bloom. Xiaochen, watch carefully, I want the goddess to scatter flowers." Shen Qinghan stood up excitedly and raised the dandelion flower in her hand high. She felt it was not high enough, so she tried her best to tiptoe. "Then, take a deep breath and blow hard on the dandelion flower in front of you." The next moment, the seeds of the dandelion flower were blown away in an instant, and the large pieces floated forward, and then quickly dispersed, gradually drifting away. Both of them thought this scene was very beautiful, and they silently watched the dandelion seeds drifting into the distance in the wind. It wasn't until a familiar woman appeared in the alley ahead that the hard-won tranquility was broken. It was the woman they met when they passed a bar on their way to school this morning. At this moment, the other party changed from the approachable person he was when he talked to him in the morning. He looked at the two of them greedily and said with a smile, "Following you two little cuties, you finally found a chance for me. Brother Shang, there's no need to look for it, those two kids are in my alley." The woman turned around and shouted behind her. Then soon, a man with two large tattoos on his arms appeared next to her. The man was skinny, looked listless, and sniffed from time to time. He seemed to be a drug addict. "What do you want to do?" Facing these two uninvited guests, Lin Zichen did not run away, but protected Shen Qinghan behind him, then looked at them calmly and asked. "He has been evolving since his birth, and his physical strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people. This gives him enough capital to calmly deal with crises." Seeing Lin Zichen so calm, the two of them were a little surprised. Soon, the woman with heavy makeup returned to her approachable appearance in the morning, and said to Lin Zichen with a smile, "Little brother, little sister, there are delicious and fun things at my sister's house. Do you want to come to my sister's house to play?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the flowery arms on the side said with great impatience, Why are you trying to trick a child? Just go up and cover the person unconscious and take it away. I'm in a hurry to sell it for money." After that, he took out two strong-smelling towels from his pocket, threw one of them to the woman, and walked quickly towards Shen Qinghan. "Xiaochen." Shen Qinghan was very scared and held Lin Zichen's arm tightly with his little hands. Lin Zichen patted her little hand and told her not to be afraid. Then, he took away her little hand and exerted force under her feet. The next moment, her whole body was like an arrow shot out of the string, turning into an afterimage and shooting towards the man walking towards her. Boom! Only a dull boxing sound was heard. Lin Zichen rushed in front of the man in an instant, punched the man in the abdomen, and knocked him away with one punch. It rolled on the ground several times before stopping. The whole person curled up like a shrimp, and a painful, ho-ho, sound came out of its mouth, and blood continued to flow out. You. The woman was stunned on the spot and couldn't understand what had just happened. She was so frightened that she couldn't even speak. She couldn't understand why a primary school student who looked like he was only in second or third grade could knock an adult away with one punch. This was not common sense at all. Lin Zichen didn't talk nonsense to the woman. He rushed in front of her in a flash, jumped up high with his feet, and punched her heavily made-up face. Boom! There was another sound. The woman was directly punched and sent flying, with several teeth flying out of her mouth. Then she fell to the ground with a plop, and her entire body was silent. I don't know if he fainted or died. Lin Zichen looked around and saw that there were no surveillance cameras. He decided to endure the discomfort in his heart and kill the two people to avoid future troubles. Just when he picked up a brick and was about to cut up the two people on the ground, there was a sudden loud noise from an abandoned tile-roofed house in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a giant rat with 8 eyes and a body length of nearly 3 meters suddenly rushed out of the tile-roofed house, opening its bloody mouth and biting the nearest woman. With just one bite, the woman's head was bitten off, blood splattered everywhere, and she died instantly. Seeing this horrifying scene, Lin Zichen reacted very quickly, turned around and ran away. He picked up Shen Qinghan as he passed her and ran away like crazy, just to get away from the giant rat. Strange beast. It's the giant alien rat that appeared in Sakura Sea country before. There is one here. Something big happened. Lin Zichen's whole body was secreting adrenaline, his heartbeat was accelerating, and the sense of security he had accumulated after years of hard work and evolution was suddenly gone. Shen Qinghan, who was held in his arms, was so frightened by the scene that he turned pale and his body was shaking uncontrollably, but he kept from crying or causing trouble to him. Run out of the alley and get far enough away. Lin Zichen just put Shen Qinghan down, opened his children's watch with trembling hands, and called the official security team to report the crime. In the old city, in the alleys of the old city, a giant alien rat appeared. It is exactly the same as the giant alien rat that appeared in Yinghai Kingdom some time ago. Lin Zichen gasped, trying his best to steady his breath and tell the whole story. But the surge of adrenaline still made his voice sound a little shaky. As soon as he finished speaking, before the security team could reply, there was a roar of machinery in the alley behind him. When he heard the sound, he turned around and saw a mechanical transformation man with half of his body in black, floating steadily above the alley. He raised his right hand made of pure alloy and pointed it at the alley below. Then, a burst of sparks burst out from the right hand of the mechanical transformation man, and a cannonball with thick smoke was fired into the alley below. Boom! The shell fell into the lower part of the alley, erupting into a purple-blue fire. It was very noisy, but it didn't look very destructive. Lin Zichen, who was outside the alley, did not feel any shock waves. At the same time, the buildings in the alley did not turn into ruins as expected. The scene before him was just the alley filled with thick purple-blue smoke. The cannonball just now seemed to be just something similar to a smoke bomb. Lin Zichen didn't know what it was specifically, but he guessed that it should be something that could reduce the combat effectiveness of the giant alien rat. For example, narcotic smoke. Soon, Lin Zichen saw the mechanical transformation man suspended in the air, slowly sinking into the alley with billowing smoke, falling to the ground and engaging in close combat with the giant alien rat. He has evolved for many years since his birth and has extremely strong senses. Even if he stands outside the alley, he can clearly hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside. Xiaochen, what should we do now? Shen Qinghan held Lin Zichen's hand tightly and said with a trembling voice. Seeing that she was in a bad state, Lin Zichen said without any hesitation, let's go home. Although he was very curious about the fight going on in the alley at the moment, he did not dare to risk his life and come forward to watch the fight. He just wanted to go home quickly. Then, sit back and wait for the news tonight to see if you can see anything about what happened in the alley. While he was thinking about this, the voice of the security team operator kept coming from the children's watch on his hand. Kid, hey kid, can you hear me? Get out of the alley quickly, don't get close, it's very dangerous there. The operator's voice sounded very anxious, worried about Lin Zichen's safety. Lin Zichen quickly came to his senses and calmly responded to the other party's voice, Sister, I have left the alley. I am safe now. That's good, that's good. The female operator from the security team breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zichen squeezed Shen Qinghan's little hand beside him to tell her not to be so scared, and then curiously asked the female operator, Sister, I just saw a mechanical transformation man flying into the alley. That's my sister from your security team. Team members. He's a member of the security team. After the operator finished speaking, he warned Lin Zichen, Kids, if you have nothing to do, don't stay outside. Go home quickly and stay with your parents. Do you understand? I know, thank you sister. After politely thanking him, Lin Zichen hung up the communication with the security team. Then, his eyes turned to the alley ahead where smoke was billowing. At this moment, there was still a fierce fighting sound there, mixed with a lot of sharp rat noises. It seemed that the giant alien rat was at a disadvantage. Shen Qinghan on the side saw that he hung up the communication, and then said with trembling lips, Xiaochen, I want to go home. I'll take you home now. Can you still leave? If not, I will carry you. My legs are a little soft. Then come up and I'll carry you home. Lin Zichen turned around, picked up Shen Qinghan on his back, and walked quickly towards home without saying anything. Why are you two coming back later than usual today? I stayed in the classroom for a while, so I came back a little late. At the door of Shen Qinghan's house, Lin Zichen explained to Xu Meng who came out. Xu Meng nodded, didn't ask any questions, and asked him to go home early so as not to worry his parents. Before leaving, Lin Zichen glanced at Shen Qinghan. Seeing that Xiao Nizi's condition was much better, he turned around and returned to his home with confidence. Regarding what happened in the alley today, he had already made an agreement with Shen Qinghan, saying that it was a little secret between the two of them and could not be known to a third person. The giant alien rat thing was okay. The main reason is that when he severely injured the male and female couple who had bad intentions, the combat power he displayed was too exaggerated and completely inconsistent with his age. If others find out, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. At this stage, Lin Zichen just wants to maintain his personality at the level of a little genius. In this way, you can obtain certain privileges and educational resources in school, and make your parents proud. And then that's pretty much it. Any more and it won't be appropriate. It will greatly affect the current rhythm of life, making it impossible for you to evolve quietly. Arrive home. After a meal, Lin Zichen did nothing, just sat in front of the TV and waited for the evening news. I hope the security team can work harder and try to make what happened in the alley public to the public tonight. About 10 minutes later, Lin Zichen finally got the news report he had been longing for, which was about the giant alien rat that appeared in the alley in the afternoon. The content of the report was more detailed than he expected. 2 videos from different perspectives were released. One is the third perspective shot by a drone from above. One is a first-person perspective of a face-to-face fight between a mechanical cyborg and a giant alien rat. Lin Zichen watched from 2 perspectives. The mechanically modified man seldom took the initiative to attack at first, but kept a distance and dealt with the giant alien rat. Do not enter the attack range of the giant alien rat, nor let it leave the purple-blue smoke. It didn't take long before the giant alien rat, which was originally moving quickly, gradually became sluggish, looking as if it was anesthetized. Obviously, those purple-blue smoke can reduce the combat effectiveness of giant alien rats. When the giant alien rat's combat effectiveness was almost reduced, sharp blades grew out of the outside of the robot's arms, and he began to take the initiative to engage in close combat with the giant alien rat. The fight lasted nearly 7 minutes. In the end, the giant alien rat's throat was sealed with a knife, its heart was penetrated, and it fell to the ground dying. The level of this mechanical transformation person should not be high. After watching the video, Lin Zichen came to this conclusion. He had previously searched for videos about the battles between mechanical cyborgs. They were all about cannonballs washing the ground and lasers clearing the area. The destructive power was extremely spectacular and ferocious. But at this moment, the mechanical transformation man seen on the news station was using poison to deal with the enemy for a long time, slowly wearing the enemy to death, and his expressiveness seemed to be much weaker. While he was thinking about this, his parents, who had just cleared the dining table and washed the dishes, came to the living room and sat down. As soon as the couple saw the news on TV, their faces were filled with surprise. What's going on? Isn't this the giant alien rat that attacked Yinghai Kingdom some time ago? Why do we also have it in our country? Zhang Wengxin looked worried. Lin Yansheng also frowned, looked at Lin Zichen aside and said, Xiaochen, don't walk to and from school by yourself during this period. Dad will pick you up and drop you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wengxin on the side said, no need, the school just sent a message saying that classes will be suspended for half a month due to the appearance of giant alien rats in the old city. Suspension of classes for half a month. Hearing the news, Lin Zichen frowned slightly. He realized that the matter of giant alien rats might not be that simple. There were probably other giant alien rats in the old city or other nearby places. Otherwise, classes would not have been suspended suddenly for half a month. Lin Zichen thought about it carefully and found that something was not right about what happened in the alley yesterday. The cyborg appeared too quickly. Not long after the giant alien rats came out, the mechanical transformation man arrived at the scene to kill them. It's like knowing in advance that the giant alien rat is in the old city, or that it has been tracking the giant alien rat, and can quickly rush to the scene to deal with any movement. Forget it, this isn't something I should worry about. I don't listen to what's going on outside the window and focus on practicing and evolving at home. This is what I should do. However, it is possible to have a proper understanding of the giant alien rat. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen left the living room and walked into his parents' coding room, searching for information related to giant alien rats on the computer. It was learned that strange beasts like giant alien rats can reach up to 3 meters in length when they reach adulthood. And the average biological level after adulthood is as high as ordinary 5th level. Ordinary 5th level. Fortunately, when I encountered a giant alien rat in the alley yesterday, my first reaction was to run away instead of fighting it to the death. Otherwise, I would probably have its head bitten off now. Lin Zichen felt scared for a while. No, I haven't exercised hard enough. I have to increase the intensity of my exercise. With renewed urgency, he quickly left the coding room and ran to the room upstairs to begin an intense workout. You are doing weight-bearing push-ups, chi and blood +2, arm muscle strength +2, chest muscle strength +2, push-up proficiency +1. You are doing weight-bearing squats, chi and blood +2, leg muscle strength +2, squat proficiency +1. You are doing weight-bearing sit-ups, chi and blood +2, abdominal muscle strength +2, sit-up proficiency +1. Time flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, childhood sweethearts, celebrated each other's 9th birthday. To be precise, it is Shen Qinghan's own 9th birthday. Their birthdays are 1 day apart. In order for them to celebrate their birthdays together every year, their parents made a special agreement to take turns celebrating each other's birthdays. Last year it was Lin Zichen's birthday, so this year it was Shen Qinghan's birthday. Night. The two families gathered for dinner at Shen Qinghan's home to celebrate his birthday. The two birthday children carefully prepared birthday gifts for each other. Shen Qinghan knew that Lin Zichen liked reading, so he bought a set of books related to mechanical modifications, genetic fusions, and alien beasts for him. Lin Zichen gave Shen Qinghan a handmade hairpin. Made of pure wooden material, hand-polished and carved, with Shen Qinghan's name engraved on it and her favorite dandelion engraved on it. The appearance is very exquisite. Xiaochen, this hairpin is so beautiful, I like it so much. Shen Qinghan was very surprised. He did not expect to receive a gift made by Lin Zichen himself. She couldn't wait to put on the hairpin and looked at the mirror happily. The more she looked at the hairpin on her head, the more she liked it. She liked it so much that the set of books she gave seemed a bit cheap. Compared with gifts bought with money, gifts made by yourself are more meaningful and valuable. Xiao Chen, how about we give each other gifts we made ourselves for every birthday in the future? Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen and suggested. Lin Zichen smiled and said, okay. Xiao Chen, when did you learn the art of making handmade wood products? How come your mother doesn't know about it at all? Zhang Wengxin felt a little sour in her heart when she looked at the exquisite wooden hairpin on Shen Qinghan's head. Lin Zichen explained, I usually stay in my room without coming out. I spend a large part of my time making handicrafts. This is a lie. He often stays in the room and does not come out. He hides in and exercises intensively. As for the craft of handmade wood products, I just found a video online last week, watched it carefully, and then learned it. This is the power brought by heavenly wisdom root. Mom, actually I also made a wooden hairpin for you. When I get home after celebrating my birthday, I will give my mother a surprise. Lin Zichen saw the bitterness in Zhang Wengxin's heart at this moment, so he leaned over and whispered in her ear. When Zhang Wengxin heard this, the bitterness in her heart was instantly wiped away, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. My precious son still knows how to be filial to his mother. After the birthday celebration is over. Lin Zichen returned to his home and lay on the bed with the lights off, but he was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he looked at the ceiling quietly with the faint moonlight outside the window, lost in his thoughts. Regarding the giant alien rat incident that occurred last month, he has been paying attention to the follow-up, and wants to know why giant alien rats appear inexplicably in the old city. However, the official side has never been able to give a clear explanation, and it remains a mystery until now. Fortunately, the giant alien rat only appeared once that day, and it never appeared again, and life returned to peace. I hope the appearance of the giant alien rat was just an accident and not a conspiracy. This world is not as peaceful as in the previous life. There are alien beasts looking at it outside and pagans making trouble inside. This makes it difficult for Lin Zichen not to think too much. The 6 years of primary school passed by in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan graduated from Sunshine Elementary School. At the graduation ceremony, the two families gathered together for a group photo just like they did when their children graduated from kindergarten. The only difference is that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan have grown up a lot compared to 6 years ago. The childishness on the face is getting less and less, replaced by the youth and vitality that only boys and girls have. Han, how can you be so beautiful? You are getting more and more beautiful every year. It makes Aunt Shin's heart melt. Zhang Wengxin looked at Shen Qinghan in front of her, who was taller than her shoulders, and her eyes were filled with a mother's love for her daughter. Although Shen Qinghan is not her daughter, she has already regarded Shen Qinghan as her daughter. Lin Yansheng said with emotion, "Children these days are growing so fast. They are only in the 6th grade of elementary school and only 12 years old. They are almost as tall as adults." What he said was mainly about Lin Zichen. At this time, Lin Zichen's height seemed to be almost the same as Zhang Wengxin's, with a height of over 1.6 meters. You know, I just graduated from elementary school. After finishing middle school and high school, and growing 6 years later, he will have to be at least 1.8 meters tall. In Lin Yansheng's time, he was basically one of the best in the class. Shen Jianye and Xu Meng on the other side also lamented how fast their two children grew up. Among them, Xu Meng said with a smile, "Looking at the two children in front of me, I always feel as if they were babies yesterday and have grown into little adults today." Yes, time flies so fast. Shen Jianye said with emotion, holding Xu Meng's waist. "Xiaochen, Han, you two come closer." Zhang Wengxin held a SLR camera in her hand and shouted to Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in front. Hearing the sound, Shen Qinghan reached out and pulled Lin Zichen next to him, almost standing hand to hand. "Come on, eggplant," as Zhang Wengxin sounded. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan exchanged gestures at the same time, with a smile that was half childish and half green on their faces. After taking dozens of photos in a row, Zhang Wengxin let go of the childhood sweethearts and turned around to admire her photography skills with the three parents behind her. Afterwards, I completely lost myself in the compliments of, "The photo was really good," and my face was full of pride. "Xiao Chen, you grow up so fast. When we celebrated our 10th birthday in 4th grade, we were still the same height. Now, only 2 years have passed, and you are half a head taller than me." Shen Qinghan stood in front of Lin Zichen, standing on tiptoes to compare his height. She found that she was half a head shorter than him, and she couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. Lin Zichen stretched out his hand to touch her head and joked with a smile, "It's okay. In 3 years, maybe I will be a head taller than you. Then in 3 years, I will be a head and a half taller than you. Don't be too proud." Shen Qinghan slightly pouted her rosy mouth and said, "Maybe I can come back from junior high school and be a little taller than you like I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school." Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the 12-year-old Shen Qinghan in front of him. Suddenly, he felt like an old father watching his daughter grow up. The smiling baby girl who loved to urinate, the little loli who slurred her speech, and the little girl who bounced around all those years ago have grown up into girls with crisp and sweet voices without even realizing it. Like a lark, full of agility and liveliness. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Shen Qinghan waved her hand in front of Lin Zichen with clear eyes. Lin Zichen smiled and said, "Nothing." Shen Qinghan looked playful. "You must think I'm pretty, right? Han, you are really beautiful." Lin Zichen nodded sincerely. Shen Qinghan didn't expect him to answer so honestly. Her face immediately turned red and she quickly put it aside and said, "If you think it's pretty, just look at her more." Lin Zichen smiled and said nothing, thinking that the young girl back then was now blushing and shy. She had really grown up and was about to regain her youth. Soon, the graduation ceremony came to an end. As always, the two families found a nearby restaurant to have dinner together to celebrate. But it's different from when I graduated from kindergarten. This time, there were a few more gentle middle-aged men wearing glasses in the hotel box. They are all principals of several prestigious middle schools in Shanghai City. They came here today to recruit Lin Zichen to register for their school. No one invited them. They insisted on entering the box themselves. It's not their fault for not being polite. The only reason to blame is that Lin Zichen has performed too well in the past 6 years. I have won almost all the awards that can be won in the city. Moreover, they all ranked first and never failed. Such magnificent results made him the most talented primary school graduate in the history of Shanghai City, and he was the favorite in the eyes of every middle school principal in the city. Under the lobbying of several principals, Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin were both moved. No matter which middle school offered the conditions, they looked very tempting, which made it difficult for the couple to make a decision for a while. Finally, Zhang Wengxin looked at Lin Zichen and asked in a gentle voice, "Xiaochen, which school do you want to attend junior high school?" "I can do either. It depends on where Han wants to study." Lin Zichen left the choice to Shen Qinghan. He didn't care which school he went to for junior high school. Anyway, he could push him wherever he went. Shen Zhanye and Xu Meng, who were standing next to him, felt a little flattered when they heard this. Shen Qinghan's grades are very good, but he can't go to every middle school. Especially in the prestigious middle schools where the principals here are, Shen Qinghan can only step on the line at best, and may fail in any minute. But at this moment, because of Lin Zichen's words, Shen Qinghan suddenly became eligible for selection, which made Shen Zhanye and Xu Meng feel a little overwhelmed. "Wengxin, I think it's better to let Xiaochen decide this matter by himself." Xu Meng looked at Zhang Wengxin and said, giving the choice back. She felt that letting her daughter make the decision would be too stressful and their family could not bear it. Zhang Wengxin said with a smile, "It's okay. Xiaochen will only go to the same middle school as Han anyway, so you can let Han choose the one she likes." After saying that, she looked at Shen Qinghan, smiled affectionately and said, Han, you can choose which middle school you want to go to. This is what Xiaochen asked you to choose." "And Shin, I don't know." Shen Qinghan didn't know how to choose, so he finally handed the choice back to Lin Zichen and said, "Xiaochen, it's up to you to choose." Seeing that everyone was embarrassed to choose, Lin Zichen had no choice but to come by himself. He looked at the principal of Shanghai Middle School opposite and said in a polite voice, "Principal Chen, I have a request, that is, I must be in the same class as Shen Qinghan. Do you agree?" "Yes, of course." The principal of Shanghai Middle School smiled broadly and nodded in agreement. Not to mention they are in the same class, even if they are given a separate class for the two of them and equipped with the best teachers in the school, the principal of Shanghai Middle School can agree with his eyes closed. Geniuses are so popular. After Lin Zichen made his decision, the principals of several other schools also left wisely and did not stay to disturb the two families' celebration. The principal of Shanghai Middle School stayed to say a few words, and soon left conspicuously. As the two parents toasted to celebrate, Lin Zichen had an idea and opened his achievement task to check the progress. Achievement: dominate 9 years of compulsory education. Reward: obtain biological attributes, the weak eat the strong. Title: Kindergarten Kid King, lit primary school leader, lit junior high school bully, not lit. I finally made it to graduation from elementary school. Finally going to junior high school. As long as you light up the last junior high school bully title, you can get the long-awaited biological attribute, the weak and the strong. Lin Zichen felt excited for the first time in a long time. He thought that as soon as he entered junior high school, he would immediately show his absolute strength to crush the whole school. In the first stage of junior high school, he would light up the title of Junior High School Bully, and gain biological attributes as quickly as possible. The weak eat the strong. During the summer vacation of junior high school, Lin Zichen did not waste his time sitting around doing nothing and waiting for school to start. He developed a strict training plan for himself. Complete 1,000 weighted push-ups, 1,000 weighted sit-ups, 1,000 weighted squats, and 300 weighted pull-ups every day. In addition, run 5 kilometers in the morning and evening. Not jogging. It is a very high-intensity variable speed run. Moreover, the route we ran included uphill and downhill slopes, bushes, and various obstacles. At the end of the day, it was extremely intense. For an ordinary person, training at such high intensity every day without giving the body some time to recover would probably lead to death within 3 days. However, Lin Zichen, who has the attribute of use it or lose it, can withstand the upper limit of his body far beyond that of ordinary people. The current training intensity is not enough to overwhelm his body. It will only make him stronger and stronger every day. You have done 1,000 weight-bearing push-ups, your energy and blood will be plus 2,000, your arm muscle strength will be plus 2,000, your chest muscle strength will be plus 2,000, and your push-up proficiency will be plus 1,000. You have done 1,000 weight-bearing sit-ups, your energy and blood will be plus 2,000, your abdominal muscle strength will be plus 2,000, and your sit-up proficiency will be plus 1,000. You have done 1,000 weight-bearing squats, your energy and blood will be plus 2,000, your leg muscle strength will be plus 2,000, and your squat proficiency will be plus 1,000. You did 300 weight-bearing pull-ups, your energy and blood were plus 600, your arm muscle strength was plus 600, your back muscle strength was plus 600, and your pull-up proficiency was plus 300. You ran 10 kilometers at a variable speed, your vitality plus 4,396, speed endurance plus 1,000, physical coordination plus 1,000, running speed plus 1,000, running skills plus 1,000. Your biological level is raised to ordinary level 3. During the summer vacation, Lin Zichen maintained this intensity of exercise every day for 2 months. Finally, on the day before the start of school, the biological level successfully broke through to the ordinary 3rd level, and all the attributes of the body were greatly improved. Can easily lift 700 kilograms with one hand. Vertical jump up to 4 meters in place. It only takes 6 seconds to sprint 100 meters. Strength, bounce, and speed have all been improved to this level, and the biological level can evolve to the ordinary 3rd level. The gold content of this level is really high. In the wild, Lin Zichen, who had just finished testing these 3 data of his own, couldn't help but sigh. Then, he murmured again, I don't know what the level of that Kyoto prodigy is now. Let's go home and check. His strength level far exceeds that of his peers, and no one around him is a rival. He can only compare himself to the prodigy on TV. Got home and took a quick shower. After that, Lin Zichen went to the room upstairs and lay on the bed, using his mobile phone to search for news about the Kyoto prodigy. This mobile phone was bought to him by Zhang Wengxin as a reward for his outstanding performance in 6 years of primary school. Zhang Wengxin believes in his self-control and is not worried that he will become addicted to mobile phone entertainment. Soon, news about the Kyoto prodigy came out. The latest news was 3 days ago. It is reported that the 14-year-old Kyoto prodigy can easily lift an alloy weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand. This strength data is more than 3 times that of Lin Zichen's current strength. 2,000 kilograms, not bad, Lin Zichen murmured, not taking the Kyoto prodigy's strength data seriously. Because he knew very well that the opponent's current strength data was all due to the fusion of alien beast genes. It is the gene of the giant ant that is integrated into it. Fusion of the genes of this alien beast can increase one's own strength by 4 to 8 times under normal circumstances. This Kyoto prodigy can be considered as improved 4 times. This reduction leaves only 400 kilograms of strength. At the age of 14, he is still very talented at lifting 400 kilograms with one hand. But compared with Lin Zichen's 700 kilograms, he seems weak. Not to mention, Lin Zichen is younger than him. Looking at both aspects together, the gap between the two is as big as the sky. As expected, I have a more promising future. Lin Zichen smiled, already imagining how powerful he would be if he integrated the genes of alien beasts in the future. A blink of an eye. The time has come on September 1st. Lin Zichen, who had been exercising intensively at home all summer, finally ushered in the back-to-school season that he had been longing for. Shanghai Middle School is not far from home, about 5 kilometers away. But because it was the beginning of the school year and the road was very congested, Lin Yansheng drove for more than half an hour before reaching the school gate with difficulty. Old Lin, it's too crowded here at the school gate. I'm afraid it's hard to park. In the car behind, Shen Jianye pressed down the window, stuck his head out and shouted to Lin Yansheng. Lin Yansheng also stuck his head out and replied, "It's okay, we can drive into the school later and find a place to park." Drive into the school. Shen Jianye was a little confused. Could this school still be accessible by car? At this moment, the principal of Shanghai Middle School appeared in front of the security room and asked the guard inside to let Lin Yansheng and Shen Jianye pass. Seeing this scene, Shen Jianye understood that Lin Yansheng's family enjoyed privileges in Shanghai Middle School. Old Lin is really lucky. He gave birth to a genius son like Xiao Chen, so one person became enlightened and the whole family benefited. Shen Jianye said with envy on his face. Xu Meng smiled and said, "Not only does the whole family benefit from it, but our family also benefits from it. That's it, being able to be neighbors with the old Lin family, and the children of the two families playing so well, it's really a blessing." Shen Jianye said with a smile. Xu Meng said, "Don't say this in front of Han, it won't be good if she hears it." "Don't worry, I'm not weak-minded. I know what should be said and what shouldn't be said," Shen Jianye replied as he drove the car into the school. Soon, both families drove their cars into the school and parked them. "Xiaochen, come on, let's get out of the car and walk around the school together to see if the environment is really as beautiful as the one in the promotional video." As soon as the car stopped, Shen Qinghan excitedly urged Lin Zichen beside him. Both of them were sitting in the back seat of Lin Yansheng's car, very close to each other. Lin Zichen smiled, opened the car door and got out of the car with Shen Qinghan, and wandered around the campus aimlessly. The parents of the two families followed the principal of Shanghai Middle School to sit down and drink tea in the office and go through the admission procedures. That boy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty too. Why aren't those two wearing school uniforms? Are you the son or daughter of some teacher? Along the way, because of their good looks, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan would cause a burst of murmurs wherever they went. Lin Zichen listened without any fluctuation in his heart. Shen Qinghan felt happy as she listened, as she liked others to praise her for her beauty. Before long, the two of them took a tour of the school. Then I discovered that the environment of Shanghai Middle School was not as beautiful as the one in the promotional video, not even half as beautiful, which was a bit of a false promotion. But the two were not disappointed. Because both of them know very well that the promotional video is a seller's show, as fake as they want, just watch it, don't take it seriously. While shopping, Lin Zichen's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Wengxin calling. It was said that he and Shen Qinghan were asked to come to the principal's office and meet the teachers of various subjects in the class. Soon, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan arrived at the principal's office. As soon as the two of them entered, they saw that it was packed with teachers, so full that there was no space for them to sit, and half of them were standing. "Come, Zichen, let me introduce you. This is your class teacher, Teacher Guan Feng. This is the math teacher, Teacher Bai Yuan. This is the physics teacher." As soon as Lin Zichen came in, Principal Chen immediately stood up and walked over, enthusiastically introducing him to the teachers of various subjects in the class. The class he was in was a top class. He started studying physics and chemistry in the first year of junior high school, and even had extra competition classes. The learning intensity was very high. "Zichen, the school is very optimistic about you. I hope you can bring countless honors to the school in the next 3 years." After introducing the teacher, Principal Chen patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder and had high hopes for him. Then, Lin Zichen was asked to communicate with teachers of various subjects, while he turned around and continued communicating with his parents. On the other side, Shen Qinghan's family was sitting in the corner of the office with no one paying attention to them. They had no sense of presence throughout the whole process and looked very out of place. Regarding this, Shen Jianye and Xu Meng were very worried. "My daughter is very smart and beautiful, but compared with Lin Zichen, who is being admired by the stars at the moment, she seems too ordinary, even inconspicuous. With such a huge gap, sooner or later the two children will drift apart until they become people in two different worlds." What should I do? Unlike his parents, Shen Qinghan never thought about these issues. He only thought that Lin Zichen was so awesome. As his closest childhood sweetheart, Shen Qinghan felt very proud. Look, this boy is not only handsome, but also talented in both civil and military skills. He is extremely outstanding. You may not believe it when I tell you, but he is my childhood sweetheart. We grew up together and have a very good relationship. Are you envious? Lin Zichen and the teachers had nothing to talk about. Because at this time, he had already studied all the courses in middle and high school by himself, even advanced mathematics. Under the blessing of heavenly wisdom root, they all learned to a very high level. Take the subject of mathematics as an example. You can easily achieve perfect scores in every exam. So, Lin Zichen just politely communicated with the teachers of various subjects, made them look familiar, and then casually found an excuse to leave with Shen Qinghan. After the two children left, Lin Yansheng noticed that Shen Jianye and Xu Meng were embarrassed in the corner and realized that he had been negligent. I was so involved in chatting with the principal that I forgot about my two friends. After reacting, he immediately took the initiative to bring the topic to his two friends and said to the teachers of various subjects in the class, "Dear teachers, our Xiaochen and their Han are best friends. We have agreed since childhood. They want to go to the same high school and the same university, so I hope you can pay more attention to those two children." When Zhang Wengxin heard this, she also said, "Xiaochen has been stubborn since he was a child. He will do whatever he says he wants to do." He and Han agreed that they should be together in high school and college. Even if Han performed abnormally and failed in the exam, we can only go to some ordinary schools, and the children will definitely follow, please teachers. Principal Chen was a good person and understood what the two meant. He immediately smiled and said to all the teachers, "As teachers in the class, you must pay more attention to these two children and don't let them fall behind in their studies." After saying that, he took the initiative to have a friendly exchange with Shen Jianye and his wife to find out about Shen Qinghan's situation. Seeing this, the surrounding teachers also started chatting with Shen Jianye and Xu Meng. Shen Jianye and Xu Meng felt flattered. They both glanced at Lin Yansheng and Zhang Wengxin, remembering the favor between their two friends. School playground. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were sitting on the grass. The two of them watched the students coming and going, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. Soon, they will also become students in this school and spend 3 years of junior high school here. Xiao Chen, look over there. There is a badminton court over there. My dad happens to have a badminton racket in his car. Should we go over and play badminton? The two hit it off immediately, and immediately set off back to the principal's office, asked Shen Jianye to get the car keys, and then took the badminton racket from the car. Then, we came to the badminton court. Xiaochen, we two are so lucky. The last empty spot is occupied by us. Shen Qinghan said excitedly. Seeing her looking so happy, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little envious. This girl is so easy to be satisfied, and she can be so happy with any small good deed. Xiaochen, look at my fairy turning ball. Xiaochen, I have another trick, the magical girl deception ball. Xiao Chen, don't be too proud, you will definitely not be able to catch my move of heavenly lady scattered flower ball. On the court, Shen Qinghan was like a little kid, shouting all kinds of childish moves all the time, with a bright smile on his delicate little face. Seeing Shen Qinghan's childish look, Lin Zichen was also amused by her and thought she was inexplicably cute. Just when they were both very happy, two senior boys who had not been able to find an empty court to play badminton walked into their court without saying a word. The two boys didn't say anything. They just came in and started playing badminton with their rackets, ignoring Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan in the court. What are you doing? We are already playing badminton here. Shen Qinghan looked at the two of them with dissatisfaction and said. However, the two boys didn't take her seriously at all. Especially the short-haired boy who was in the same half as her, he directly criticized her. "TCH, you want to fight or not? If not, just go aside and cool down. This is a naked demolition, especially common in elementary and junior high schools. Some senior students often take advantage of their age and tallness. When they want to play basketball, badminton, or table tennis, but there is no free court, they like to break up the courts of younger students." When he was a student in his previous life, Lin Zichen saw many such bad behaviors. I had no ability to stop it before, but when I saw it, I could only choose to ignore it, or choose to swallow it when it fell on me. But things are different now. It's time to make up for the regrets of my previous life when I was young. Thinking about this, Lin Zichen saw the right opportunity. When the short-haired boy in the opposite half hit the badminton, he stepped forward and knocked the badminton flying out of the field. He held back on this blow, using less than 10% of his strength. However, the badminton flew dozens of meters away in an instant, and it took an unknown amount of time before it landed lightly on the ground. Seeing this exaggerated scene, the two boys who came to break up the situation were stunned. Lin Zichen pointed the racket at them and asked expressionlessly, "Are you still playing?" The two of them were so frightened when they heard the sound that they looked at Lin Zichen as if they were looking at a monster, and soon left without saying a word. Lin Zichen picked up his badminton, smiled gently at Shen Qinghan on the opposite half, and said, "Han, let's continue." Oh, keep going." Shen Qinghan calmed down and responded, picked up the racket and started playing badminton with Lin Zichen again. She was also shocked by that scene just now. But when she thought about how Lin Zichen, a second-grade elementary school student, could instantly injure two adults in an alley, she soon felt it was natural. The older you get, the faster time flies. A blink of an eye. Half a year has passed. Lin Zichen still feels that he only came to Shanghai Middle School yesterday to go through the admission procedures, and before he knew it, he was in the first semester of junior high school. For him, life in junior high school is no different from that in elementary school and kindergarten. My deskmate is still Shen Qinghan. I read my own books openly in class. After returning home from school, I secretly carry out high-intensity exercise behind my parents' back. The only difference is that after having a mobile phone, when I am bored at night, I often search for various teaching videos on the internet to learn various new skills to arm myself. He will learn cooking, photography, car skills, swimming, wilderness survival, and various sports, as long as he can find them online and feels useful. After all, with the blessing of heavenly wisdom root, you can learn anything quickly, so you must make good use of it and not waste your time. During this period, in order to be able to light up the title of Junior High School Bully, in the first year of junior high school, Lin Zichen took the initiative to express himself in school. In the past semester, I ranked first in the school in every exam, without exception. In addition, I also found time to participate in various national junior high school competitions. Among them are various competitions in mathematics, physics, chemistry, computer programming and so on. Anyone who participates will win a prize. Whether it is gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, first prize, second prize, third prize, or precise first, second or third place, he has won them all. In fact, if he wanted to, he could win the gold medal, first prize, and first place all. If he just does this, he will no longer be a little genius in the city, but a super genius who will cause a sensation across the country. By that time, all kinds of traffic will come in crazily, and the peaceful life will inevitably be broken, and it will no longer be able to evolve quietly. This is not the life he wants. The reason why he is so keen on expressing himself now is just to light up the title of junior high school bully as soon as possible. Therefore, just keep yourself at the top of the school. As for further performance, there is no need. This day, Lin Zichen set out from home, and as soon as he arrived at school and entered the classroom, his head teacher came over and said that the school wanted him to hold a learning sharing meeting in the afternoon. In the past semester, his performance was so amazing that both teachers and students in the school were curious about how he learned it. The school leaders had long wanted him to hold this learning sharing meeting. Okay, I get it. Lin Zichen nodded, then lowered his head and continued reading. The head teacher saw this and stopped disturbing him. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan, who was at the same table, smiled and poked him. "Xiao Chen, you are going to be in the limelight again this afternoon, are you happy?" "It's okay." Lin Zichen smiled. "When I first started to be in the limelight, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I felt like I was the son of destiny. But as the frequency increased, it gradually became boring. Xiao Chen, you think it's okay, but your little crushes don't think so. By the afternoon, the school's lecture hall will be packed with them, and I won't even be able to sit down." Shen Qinghan felt embarrassed just thinking about it. Because Lin Zichen is very handsome and has excellent academic performance, he has only been studying at Shanghai Middle School for half a year and has already captured a lot of little girls. From the first grade to the third grade, there are many girls who admire him. In just 6 months, I received hundreds of love letters. Don't worry, I'll ask the principal to save you a seat in the front row. Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan casually while reading his book. When Shen Qinghan heard this, she felt happy. The two didn't chat for too long, and soon went about their own business. Lin Zichen was reading his book silently. Shen Qinghan was studying the test papers diligently, working hard to improve his academic performance. The courses in the top class were too over the top for her. Not only were there many subjects, but the questions were also difficult, making it difficult for her to learn. In order to keep up with the teaching progress in class, she could only spend more time studying, even staying in her seat to answer questions during breaks. Xiao Chen, I don't know how to do this question. I can't even understand the answer. Please teach me. Shen Qinghan picked up a physics test paper and put it in front of Lin Zichen, pointing with his pen at the last multiple-choice question that examined the force analysis of an object. Lin Zichen briefly glanced at the question, then quickly picked up a pen and paper and sat down with Shen Qinghan, shoulder to shoulder with her to teach her how to do the question. Seeing the two of them so close together, almost all the girls in the class had expressions of envy on their faces. They were very envious that Shen Qinghan could have such a good relationship with Lin Zichen. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the learning-sharing meeting in the afternoon. Lin Zichen came to the lecture hall and found that it was exactly as Shen Qinghan said, filled with his little crushes. But what he cared about at the moment was not these fangirls, but the 10 students sitting in the front row. He has an impression of the appearance of these 10 students. He has often seen them on the school's honor list. They are the most powerful academics in the 3rd grade of junior high school. He was really surprised by this. He didn't expect that even top students in the 3rd grade of junior high school would come to listen to his learning-sharing session. The top students in the 3rd grade of junior high school have to listen to a freshman in the 1st grade of junior high school share their learning methods. No one will believe it. It seems that I am already the bully in the school in terms of studies. As long as I dominate the school in sports, I should be able to light up the title of junior high school bully. Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but feel a little excited and couldn't wait to show off his talents in the school sports meeting next month. Soon, the learning-sharing meeting began. The 10 top students sitting in the front row all raised their ears and listened carefully, for fear of missing any detail. Shen Qinghan, who was also sitting in the front row, was also taking notes with concentration on his face. Many girls sitting in the back seats saw that Shen Qinghan, who had mediocre grades, could sit in the front row. They were envious that she was Lin Zichen's childhood sweetheart and could receive Lin Zichen's preferential treatment. 1 month later, Shanghai Middle School ushered in the 70th school sports meet. The timing is weird. It was placed in April of the next semester instead of December of the previous semester. Moreover, it was not held grandly and only lasted for 1 day. It can be seen that Shanghai Middle School does not attach importance to the school sports meeting. But even so, Lin Zichen was still very excited. Because, as long as he can dominate the school sports meeting today, there is a high probability that he will be able to light up the title of junior high school bully, complete the achievement of domination in 9-year compulsory education, and obtain the biological attribute "the weak eats the strong." Students who have signed up for the competition, please go to each project office to sign in. If time exceeds the limit, you will give up by default. A physical education teacher who was the referee stood in the middle of the playground with a loudspeaker and shouted. After Lin Zichen heard this, he immediately went over to sign in. He signed up for all individual events, including the 100-meter dash, which represents speed, the high jump, which represents bounce, and the medicine ball throwing, which represents strength. Junior Zichen, you must win the gold medal. Junior Zichen, when you run 100 meters later, I will greet you at the finish line. Junior Zichen, come on. While Lin Zichen was waiting in line to sign in, several junior high school seniors next to him shouted to him with smiles on their faces. Hearing the sound, he smiled politely at the seniors and responded. When the senior students saw him smiling at them, they immediately covered their mouths and let out a burst of crazy screams. A boy in line behind Lin Zichen felt so jealous when he saw this. He is a third-year junior high school student and a member of the school's martial arts team. He is extremely talented in sports and often represents the school in competitions. Originally, he didn't look down on the house games like school sports meets. But after learning that Lin Zichen was going to participate, he specially came to sign up to snipe Lin Zichen. Just because a girl he had a crush on turned out to be Lin Zichen's crush, which he found hard to accept. Haha, I'm not as handsome as you, and my academic performance is not as good as yours. How can I be inferior to you in athletic talent? Let's see how I can ride on your head and win first place. The boy looked at Lin Zichen, who was in the front, thinking about it. He couldn't wait to beat him hard on the playground. Not long after, all the contestants had signed in. A physical education teacher in charge began to organize opening ceremonies for each class. During this period, the contestants were all warming up in the middle of the playground. Xiao Chen, I bought you a sports drink. I heard that drinking this can improve your game performance. Do you want to drink some? Shen Qinghan walked up to Lin Zichen, who was stretching his ligaments, and handed over the bottle of canned drink with a cow printed on it. Lin Zichen felt that this thing was not very useful, and he did not need to borrow external help to improve his performance. But because Shen Qinghan bought it, he took it and took a sip without thinking. Xiaochen, how do you feel? It seems to have some effect. I feel more energetic. Lin Zichen casually told a white lie. After hearing this, Shen Qinghan smiled and made a cheering gesture to Lin Zichen. Xiaochen, I'm waiting for you to come back with 3 gold medals to take a photo with me. I will, Lin Zichen said confidently. The boy from the martial arts team beside him couldn't help but smile when he saw that he was so confident that he could win 3 gold medals. About half an hour later. The opening ceremony of the school sports meeting is finally over. The game officially begins. Among the 3 events that Lin Zichen signed up for, the first one was the shot put, then the high jump, and finally the 100-meter dash. Senior Zichen, come on and win first place. Senior sister is very optimistic about you. When Lin Zichen was waiting in line to throw the shot put, a girl in the crowd on the left waved to him and said. Lin Zichen smiled at the other party when he heard the sound. He just responded politely and had no other meaning. Seeing this scene, the boy from the martial arts team who was lined up in front of Lin Zichen felt extremely uncomfortable, and kept shouting in his heart that the game was about to start. Because the girl who cheered Lin Zichen was his crush. Soon, the boys from the martial arts team were waiting to throw the shot put. He picked up the shot put on the ground, turned his body violently and threw the shot put in his hand. After half a ring, the referee's shout came from the front. 15.67 meters. As soon as this sound came out, the surrounding audience exclaimed, "Wow," and were shocked by this result. Lin Zichen, who was at the back, also raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a little junior high school student could throw the shot put so far. With a distance of 15.67 meters, I could have been a first-class athlete in my previous life. After all, the world is different. Human beings in this world are physically stronger than those in previous lives. When leaving the white line, the boy from the martial arts team looked back at Lin Zichen with a very proud expression. Lin Zichen felt a little confused and couldn't figure out why the boy looked back at him with a proud look on his face. Xiaochen, come on and win the gold medal. Not far away, Shen Qinghan clenched her pink fists and cheered Lin Zichen up. Lin Zichen also smiled and gave her a cheering gesture, then walked to the white line, picked up the shot put, and pushed the shot forward casually. As a result, the shot put flew far away in an instant as if it were loaded into a turret and fired. The physical education teacher who was responsible for recording the results couldn't help but look surprised when he saw this. After a moment of recovery, he hurriedly pulled the tape measure to measure how far he had thrown it. 20.12 meters. As soon as this number rang out, a large number of exclamations suddenly erupted around him. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Especially the boy from the martial arts team. He was so shocked that his mouth was wide enough to swallow the shot put, and his face was full of disbelief. How can this be? How could he throw it 20 meters? He is just a freshman in junior high school. I must be dreaming. Thinking about it, the boy from the martial arts team raised his hand and slapped himself on the face. It hurt, it was reality. The people next to him looked puzzled, not understanding why this perfectly fine man wanted to slap himself. Xiaochen, you are so awesome. Shen Qinghan took the mobile phone that had just captured a few photos and ran towards Lin Zichen with excitement on his face. Lin Zichen touched her head and smiled. I have already won a gold medal, and there are still 2 more to go. Just wait until the school sports meeting is over to take pictures for me. In the coming time, Lin Zichen participated in the high jump and 100-meter sprint. The result was as expected. They all won the first place without any suspense and successfully collected 3 gold medals. The boy from the martial arts team, who was full of confidence and wanted to beat him before, had a doubtful look on his face and won the mania. After receiving 3 silver medals, he was completely stunned. Senior Zichen, you are so awesome. You have won all the gold medals. I admire you so much. Junior Zichen, I bought you some water. Junior Zichen, drink my drink. Drink my drink. What I bought you is a sports drink that can help you regain your strength quickly. As soon as Lin Zichen came off the playground stage after receiving 3 gold medals, he was surrounded by several enthusiastic seniors. It was so crowded that I couldn't even move. Shen Qinghan was standing outside holding a bottle of sports drink she had just bought, but she couldn't hand it to him even if she tried to hand it to him. Seeing this, Lin Zichen inside had no choice but to say to the senior students surrounding him, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I bring water with me, so just drink your own." After saying that, he squeezed out from the crowd of senior students, walked to Shen Qinghan, took the sports drink handed to him, unscrewed the bottle cap and took a swig. Xiaochen, you are so popular in school. Even the seniors in the 3rd grade of junior high school have become your little fans. Shen Qinghan said with envy on his face. Lin Zichen screwed on the bottle cap and said with a smile, "But I don't need so many little fans. It's enough to have you as my little fangirl. I'm not your little crush, I'm your childhood sweetheart, okay?" Shen Qinghan slightly pouted her rosy mouth to express her dissatisfaction. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing. When the girls around saw this scene, all their faces were full of envy. They were so envious of Shen Qinghan. An ordinary girl has a childhood sweetheart who is handsome, good at studying, and has great athletic ability. This looks like a fairy tale with Cinderella and the prince. Shen Qinghan felt the envious glances from the girls around her, and felt very happy in her heart. Having such an enviable childhood sweetheart like Lin Zichen made her feel as if she owned the whole world. After finishing the drink a moment later, the two took many beautiful photos together. When we were satisfied with the photo, we walked back to the classroom together, packed up our things, and then rode home together. Because her home was a bit far from school, Zhang Wengxin bought Lin Zichen a bicycle so that he could drive Shen Qinghan to and from school. On the way back to the classroom, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered something, and immediately threw his consciousness into the void. Then, he finally saw the text message he had been waiting for. Your academic performance and sports performance have all been reduced to a huge impact on the whole school, eclipsing all the students in the school, and you have successfully lit up the title, Junior High School Bully. The titles of Kindergarten Kid King, Primary School Leader, and Junior High School Bully have all been lit up. Dominance in 9 years of compulsory education has been achieved. Acquire biological attributes. The weak eat the strong. The weak eats the strong. Your source of life is superior to all things, and you can devour the source of life of other creatures to promote your own evolution. The moment he saw this text message, the first thought that came to Lin Zichen's mind was, there are high and low levels of life. There is a feeling of returning to primitive nature. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. However, he didn't think too much about this aspect, and soon his thoughts fell on the 4 words, the origin of life. The origin of life. What does this refer to? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of the animal teeth that the white-haired girl gave to him in Shen Qinghan. He remembered that when he studied the animal teeth before, he found that they contained strong vitality. So, he looked at Shen Qinghan, who was walking beside him and humming a song, and asked, Han Han, can you take off your animal teeth and show them to me? Why do you suddenly want to see animal teeth? Shen Qinghan obediently took off the animal tooth and handed it to him, and asked with some confusion. Lin Zichen casually made up a reason. I feel that the material of this animal tooth is quite good, and I want to see if I can make it into jewelry for you. Ah, Shen Qinghan was a little surprised when he heard this, and then looked confused. Xiaochen, this is a gift from Bai Shui to us. Isn't it bad to process it into other things without authorization? Yes, then we won't process it. Lin Zichen said casually, focusing entirely on the animal tooth in his hand, feeling the vigorous vitality contained in it with his heart. The moment he felt the vitality, the palm of his hand holding the beast's tooth suddenly felt warm, and the next moment, the life of the beast's tooth surged in along his palm. At the same time, several text messages appeared in the void. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the Abyss Butterfly. Abyss Giant Butterfly Album, 1%. When the progress bar of the album reaches 100%, some attributes or skills of the corresponding beast can be evolved. Could these be butterfly teeth? After Lin Zichen finished reading the text message, he looked down at the animal teeth on his hand that were as thick as his little finger. He felt that it was eye-opening and incredible. It can only be said that the strange beasts in this mutated earth are all strange creatures that are difficult to view with the knowledge of previous lives. Soon, Lin Zichen's thoughts returned to the weak and the strong. To put it bluntly, this attribute gives him the ability to devour other living beings and become stronger. In this regard, he had many thoughts in his mind. Can animals that can be found everywhere like ants, mosquitoes, flies, and cockroaches also devour their life source and gain their attributes or skills? For example, the tenacity of cockroaches. After returning home from the meeting, I have to find some small animals to test the property of the weak and the strong. Xiao Chen, don't you see this animal tooth every day? Why are you still studying it so fascinated? Why now? Shen Qinghan felt very puzzled when he saw Lin Zichen standing still, staring at the animal tooth in his hand. He didn't make any movement for a long time. Hearing the sound, Lin Zichen regained consciousness from the void without explaining much. He returned the beast tooth to Shen Qinghan with a perfunctory sentence and returned to the classroom with her. Although all the vitality of the animal tooth has been lost, it is different from flesh and blood and will not become rotten and can still be preserved for a long time. After a while, the two returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered, Lin Zichen was shocked by the situation in his drawer. The drawer that was originally relatively empty was now filled with love letters, so full that no gaps could be seen. Without even thinking about it, it must be a girl who had a crush on him. She was too embarrassed to give him a love letter in person, so she took advantage of the fact that he was not in the classroom and stuffed a large number of love letters that she had accumulated for a long time into his drawer. After all, this wasn't the first time he encountered this situation. So many love letters, what should I do with them? Lin Zichen looked at the love letters in the drawer and felt very distressed for a moment. At this moment, Shen Qinghan next to him gave him another love letter, and said with some schadenfreude, when we were in the playground before, the study committee member of the next class asked me to give it to you. She was too embarrassed to find you. There was one more. Lin Zichen took the love letter from Shen Qinghan and felt even more distressed. He sighed inwardly and cleared out all the love letters in the drawer. During this period, I glanced at the handwriting on the cover, and was a little surprised to find that it was not just a love letter from one person, but from as many as a dozen people mixed together. The quality of these girls is pretty good. They didn't throw away the love letters from their competitors. Lin Zichen smiled happily. Afterwards, he folded all the love letters and took them in his hand, intending to find a place where no one was around and throw them away. When Shen Qinghan saw this, he immediately stopped him and said, "Goodbye, Xiaochen. If you throw away these love letters, how sad will this girl be if she finds out? If you don't want it, I can put it away for you and keep it until you want to read it. Yes, you can come and get it at any time." After saying that, she took all the love letters from Lin Zichen's hand and put them all into her little school bag. Lin Zichen was also happy, it just saved himself trouble. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had an animal tooth given to him by the white-haired girl in his school bag, so he took it out and swallowed it. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the Abyss Butterfly. Abyss Giant Butterfly Album, 2%. By the way, now that I know the name of this strange beast, I wonder if I can find relevant information on the internet. Well, search it and see. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen immediately took out his mobile phone and entered the 4 words, "Abyss giant butterfly," on the internet to search. When he was in primary school, he took a photo of the teeth of an abyssal butterfly and uploaded it to the internet for big data analysis but found nothing. Now that you know the specific name, you should have a good chance of searching for information related to it. However, the next result disappointed Lin Zichen. There is no information about the abyss butterfly on the internet. This is an unknown beast that has not yet been discovered and recorded by humans. Come on, the picture album of this giant butterfly in the abyss can be a death sentence. There is not even a bit of relevant information about it, and there is no way to fill up its progress bar. Unless he could meet the mother of the white-haired girl and get information about the giant butterfly in the abyss from her mouth. After leaving the classroom, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan came to the school's carport together and pushed out a brand new bicycle. It's been half a year since I bought this bike, but it still looks like new. The main reason is that Shen Qinghan takes good care of it and has to scrub it every 1 or 2 days. Soon, the two pushed the cart towards the school gate. During this period, when passing by the school's canteen, Shen Qinghan suddenly said that she wanted to eat a lollipop, so Lin Zichen went and bought her one. "Eat, you're such a big man and you still need to be fed." Lin Zichen opened the lollipop packaging bag and brought the lollipop to Shen Qinghan's mouth. Shen Qinghan had long been accustomed to such closeness. He opened his mouth and held the lollipop in his mouth. After feeling the sweetness coming from his mouth, he smiled with his beautiful eyes and said, "I can't help it. I just feel that it will be sweeter if you feed it to me." It's all psychological. As he said that, Lin Zichen saw Shen Qinghan's little face bulging with a lollipop in his mouth, and couldn't help but reach out and poke it. Shen Qinghan pulled out the lollipop, slightly pouted her rosy mouth and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't poke me in the face. Who made your face look so tender and feel good when poked?" Lin Zichen said with a smile. "You can pinch it and rub it if it feels good, but you can't poke it. It won't feel comfortable if you poke it." "Okay, I'll pinch it later." "No, just rub it. It feels comfortable." The two joked for a while and continued to push the car towards the school gate. Passing by the school road next to the playground, Lin Zichen saw members of the school's martial arts team exercising on the playground, and saw a familiar face inside. It was none other than the unlucky guy who followed behind him and won 3 silver medals in tears. At this time, the unlucky guy was running hard on the grass of the playground, with a cloth belt connected to a rope tied around his waist, and a tire lying flat on the ground was tied to the other end of the rope to increase friction. This is one of the most commonly used training methods for developing explosive power in leg muscles. "Xiao Chen, that boy on the grass worked out so hard. Was he stimulated by you during the school sports meeting?" Shen Qinghan whispered with a lollipop in his mouth. Lin Zichen, "Maybe." As soon as he finished speaking, the next second, the coach of the martial arts team, who was urging his team members to train on the playground, turned to look over at him. After that, he turned around and walked over. Shen Qinghan panicked and said with a nervous look on his face, "Okay, Xiaochen, did we just speak too loudly and he heard us?" "It's okay, we didn't curse anyone anyway." Lin Zichen comforted the timid Shen Qinghan. Within a moment, the coach of the martial arts team walked up to the two of them and stopped. However, what was different from what was expected was that the other party did not come to find trouble, but to invite Lin Zichen to join the martial arts team. "Classmate Zichen, I am Teacher Guo, the coach of the school's martial arts team. I saw all of your amazing performance in the school sports meeting today. I was very shocked. In all my years at Shanghai Middle School, I have never seen students with such good academic performance and such outstanding athletic performance. I personally think that your athletic talent is definitely better than your academic talent. So, I would like to invite you to join the school's martial arts team." Of course, the invitation is a bit unexpected. You can get to know the martial arts team first before making a decision. Room C in the school gymnasium is the base camp of our martial arts team. Tomorrow or whenever you are free, you can come and find out more. Guo Shangyuan finished his words as soon as he arrived, without giving Lin Zichen a chance to speak. He truly felt that Lin Zichen's athletic talent was far better than his academic talent. After all, as a talented academic who always gets first place in every exam, he must spend most of his time studying and not much time to exercise. But even under such circumstances, Lin Zichen was still able to crush the members of the martial arts team and win 3 gold medals in the school sports meeting. There is no doubt that this will be a rising star in the martial arts world in the future. If Lin Zichen fails to embark on the path of martial arts, it will be a waste of natural resources that will anger both humans and gods. Seeing the coach of the martial arts team in front of him who was just talking about himself like a salesman, Lin Zichen frowned slightly and had a bad impression of him. So as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen immediately smiled politely and said, "We'll talk about it then. I have to go home now. Goodbye, Teacher Guo." After saying that, Lin Zichen pushed the bicycle and left with Shen Qinghan. After leaving the school gate, he lifted his legs and rode on the bicycle, saying to Shen Qinghan beside him, "Han, get in the car. Xiaochen, can I take you home today instead?" Shen Qinghan held a lollipop in his mouth and jumped around to the bicycle, looking eager to try. When Lin Zichen heard this, he decisively refused. "Forget it, you almost fell into the ditch last time when you were riding by yourself, and you were carrying me. You almost fell to death. It was just an accident last time. Give up, your little thin legs can't pedal a bicycle with people on it. Okay, it's all up to you." Shen Qinghan was no longer willful. He went back and sat in the back seat of the car, and skillfully put his arms around Lin Zichen's waist. Seeing that she was sitting firmly, Lin Zichen pedaled lightly and rode off. It didn't look like he was exerting much force, but the speed was not slow at all, and he covered a distance of hundreds of meters in one go. Lin Zichen's riding skills were very high, comparable to those of a top-notch cyclist. He weaved smoothly through the crowded streets and alleys without causing any curses from pedestrians. Shen Qinghan sat sideways in the back, holding Lin Zichen's waist with his hands, holding a lollipop in his mouth, feeling the breeze blowing in front of him, and felt relaxed and happy. There were many female students from Shanghai Middle School walking on the roadside. When they saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the back seat of Lin Zichen's bicycle, they all looked envious. Shen Qinghan can no longer count how many times he has been envied by girls of his own age. Every time she was envied, she felt extremely beautiful. This meeting was so beautiful that I couldn't help but giggle out loud. Why are you smiling so stupidly all of a sudden? It's nothing. The green light ahead is counting down. I'm going to sprint faster, hold on tighter. Xiaochen, I'm holding you tight, ride faster, the green light is about to end. Then I'm going to rush. Come on, flying little witch, hurry up. Shen Qinghan held a lollipop in his mouth and urged to hurry up inarticulately. The bangs on his forehead were blown high by the wind, and his face was filled with an excited smile. Lin Zichen, who was in charge of riding the bicycle, pedaled desperately in front, fearing that he would not be able to catch up with the green light that was about to go out at the intersection in front. The ride stopped in front of the house. Lin Zichen said goodbye to Shen Qinghan and pushed the bicycle into the house. As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Wengxin greeted her enthusiastically and asked with a smile on her face. "Xiao Chen, what was the result of today's school sports meeting? Did they all win gold medals?" "Well, I won 3 gold medals." Lin Zichen took off his school bag, unzipped it and took out 3 gold medals, and handed them to Zhang Wengxin. Zhang Wengxin was so happy that her eyes narrowed with laughter, and her voice was full of joy, and she said, "I knew that my Xiaochen was a genius in both civil and military skills." After saying that, she looked back at Lin Yansheng, who was sitting on the sofa and was addicted to watching the football match, and shouted to him with some dissatisfaction. "My surname is Lin. My son came back with 3 gold medals in the school sports meeting. Why don't you come over and praise your son? Why are you watching the game? Hey, it's coming." Lin Yansheng jogged over with a smile. Afterwards, the 3 members of the family each wore a gold medal and took group photos at home, talking and laughing. The main reason is that Zhang Wengxin wanted to take pictures, and she wanted to show off her son in her circle of friends. After a meal, Lin Zichen went to the rooftop full of vegetables and looked for mosquitoes to fight. He wanted to test the attribute effect of the weak and the strong to see if he could swallow the source of life in the mosquito, thereby gaining the mosquito's attributes or skills. As a result, more than 20 mosquitoes were killed in a row, but the expected text message never appeared in the void. It seems that there is no source of life in mosquitoes. In other words, so little that it can be ignored. Out of caution, he stopped swatting mosquitoes and went back to the house to swat cockroaches. It took more than 2 hours and killed more than 10 cockroaches. But the result remains the same, there is no life source to swallow. Isn't it possible that ordinary creatures can't do it, but exotic beasts? Lin Zichen thought of this and felt that they should be inseparable. Maybe only powerful creatures like alien beasts can have enough life source in their bodies to be devoured. Small animals like mosquitoes and cockroaches that live at the bottom of the food chain usually contain so little of the source of life that they can almost be ignored. Otherwise, the test results just obtained cannot be explained. After all, the annotation of, "the weak eats the strong," refers to the word, creatures, and does not specifically refer to strange beasts. After thinking about this, Lin Zichen planned to go to the shopping mall. Shopping malls in this world sell products related to exotic beasts. Although the price is very expensive, I can't afford it at all. But this did not prevent Lin Zichen from going to take a look and verify his suspicions. After having an idea, Lin Zichen went downstairs to find Zhang Wengxin, made up a random excuse that he had something to buy, and successfully obtained Zhang Wengxin's permission to go out. "Xiaochen, where are you going?" As soon as he pushed his bicycle out of the house, Lin Zichen heard a shout from the balcony of the house next door. He looked up and found Shen Qinghan lying on his balcony blowing in the wind. "I'm going to the mall to buy something." "I'm going too. Just wait for me. I'll tell my parents and I'll be here soon." After saying these words, Shen Qinghan quickly left the balcony and went back to the house to talk to Shen Zhanye and Xu Meng about going out with Lin Zichen. Chapter 21. Not long after, Shen Qinghan trotted downstairs, fearing to keep Lin Zichen waiting downstairs. "Why did you come out in your pajamas?" "I came down in such a hurry that I forgot to change it." "Then go back and change it." "I'm too lazy to go back." "Let's go to the mall to buy something. My dad just gave me 200 yuan. Now I'm a rich little woman. Whatever you want to buy later, I'll pay for it." Shen Qinghan skillfully sat on the back seat of Lin Zichen's bicycle, holding 2 brand new $100 bills in his hand and shaking them in front of him, with a look of pride on his delicate little face. Lin Zichen touched the 1,000 yuan in his pocket, not wanting to hurt her, and smiled and said, "Okay, Miss Shen will foot the bill tonight. Stop talking, leave quickly, otherwise it will be late and I won't be able to go shopping for long. My parents will definitely call me and urge me to come back early." "Then sit tight already." Shen Qinghan put his arms around Lin Zichen's waist and said with a smile on his face. Lin Zichen didn't waste any time, just pushed hard with his feet, and the speed of the car increased the next moment. Flower Trade Xintiandi, main entrance on the first floor. Lin Zichen found a place to park his bicycle, and soon went up to the top floor of the mall with Shen Qinghan. If it were daytime, he would first take Shen Qinghan for a walk in the ordinary commercial area below, and take her to eat, drink and have fun. But it was too late. He had to hurry up and go to the exotic beast business area on the top floor to touch the exotic beast meat to verify his conjecture. "Xiaochen, what do you want to buy? Why are you here?" In the exotic beast commercial area on the top floor, Shen Qinghan looked at the dazzling array of exotic beast products in front of him and was a little confused for a moment. At a glance, the prices of the products wherever she looked were more expensive than the last, and they were so expensive that she couldn't get rid of the 200 yuan in her hand. Lin Zichen said truthfully, "Actually, I didn't want to buy anything, I just wanted to come here to see the meat of exotic animals up close." After hearing this, Shen Qinghan nodded to show his understanding. Lin Zichen has loved studying exotic beasts since he was a child. It is only natural that he would want to come here to see with his own eyes what the meat of exotic beasts looks like. "Then let's hurry up and go shopping. I'm also very curious about strange beasts." When Shen Qinghan was a child, he often read books about strange beasts with Lin Zichen, and accidentally wet several of his books. The memory is still fresh to this day. Soon, the two of them started shopping in the exotic beast merchandise area. In addition to the meat of exotic animals, there are also many derivative products related to exotic animals. There are jewelry made from the scales of exotic animals. There are figures that imitate the appearance of exotic animals. There are specimens of small exotic animals and so on. Lin Zichen was not interested in any of this. He just walked around with Shen Qinghan and soon walked straight into the area where exotic animal meat was sold. He looked at a lot of exotic animal meat and found that all the exotic animal meat had been cut and processed, and it was impossible to tell what kind of exotic animal it was. And the most important thing is that they are all sealed with transparent plastic wrap, so you can't touch them with your hands, so you can't test the devouring effect of the weak and the strong. He didn't give up and turned around carefully. Finally, I saw accessible exotic meat in a corner. It was fresh meat that had just been slaughtered and processed, and there were staff packing and packaging it. Han, wait here for me. What are you going to do? I'm going to touch the meat of the exotic beasts there. Ah, Shen Qinghan was a little confused. Lin Zichen didn't explain much to her. When the packing staff wasn't paying attention, he quietly leaned over from the blind spot of the other person's field of vision. Then, he reached out and touched the nearest piece of fresh exotic animal meat in front of him. The moment his hand touched it, Lin Zichen felt the vitality contained in the flesh of the alien beast. It is extremely vigorous, rich, and powerful. Lin Zichen instinctively wanted to swallow up all the life essence in the flesh of the alien beast, leaving nothing behind. No, you can't do this. If the life in the meat is gone, the meat will probably go bad. If you want it, just buy it with your own money. Lin Zichen's reason defeated his instinct, and he woke up in time without committing any improper act of stealing the vitality of the meat of exotic animals. Although this behavior can be done very covertly, if it is done only once, there is a high probability that it will not be discovered. However, once I get started, I can't imagine what kind of person I will become in the future. If nothing else goes wrong, there is a high probability that he will become an outlaw who likes to get something for nothing, likes to deceive and abduct, and likes to burn, kill and rob. You don't have to be a good person, but you can't be a bad person. At least you can't lose your integrity. With this thought in his mind, Lin Zichen quickly returned to Shen Qinghan. Seeing him coming back, Shen Qinghan immediately asked curiously, Xiao Chen, how does the exotic animal meat feel to the touch? Is it any different from ordinary meat? It doesn't feel any different. If there is any difference, it just seems fresher. Lin Zichen replied casually. At this time, he has confirmed the guess in his heart. Only the flesh of alien beasts can have enough life source to be devoured. In this way, I will have to find a way to make money in the future to buy the meat of exotic animals and devour them. Without thinking any more, Lin Zichen continued to take Shen Qinghan around the area. Look here, look there, everything you see is strange. Except for some cheap derivatives, most of the products related to exotic beasts are extremely expensive luxuries that are beyond the reach of ordinary families. It's hard not to be surprised to see so much at once. I feel like I've almost finished my shopping. It was an eye-opener. Lin Zichen stopped in front of a counter selling exotic animal meat, pointed to an exotic animal meat called ghost squid inside the counter, and said to the female teller, "Hello, I want to buy a pound of this meat." After shopping here for so long, ghost squid meat is the cheapest exotic meat he has seen, and it is also the only exotic meat he can afford. The price is 998 per pound. The second to last cheapest kind of exotic animal meat costs 2,000 per pound. The price difference is so big that there is no need to consider which one to choose. You want to buy this? Where are your parents? Are you alone? The female teller looked at Lin Zichen, who was wearing the uniform of Shanghai Middle School, and couldn't help but be puzzled. She didn't understand why a junior high school student came here to buy exotic animal meat. Lin Zichen took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and put it on the counter, and said calmly, "Yes, I am alone. I want to buy a pound of ghost squid meat." "No, you are too young to buy it." The female teller refused to sell it to Lin Zichen. After all, the amount is too high, and selling it to a minor like this is very risky. The parents of the other party will probably come to settle the account afterwards. Knowing the female teller's concerns, Lin Zichen could only make a video call to Zhang Wengxin and ask her for permission to buy ghost squid meat in front of the female teller. "Mom, I want to spend 998 yuan to buy a pound of ghost squid meat, which is a kind of exotic animal meat." "It's okay. If you want to buy it, just buy it. Mom will cook it for you when you get it back." Zhang Wengxin in the video thought that Lin Zichen wanted to buy the ghost squid meat, so she agreed with a smile without even thinking about it. Although buying a pound of meat for 1,000 yuan is a bit luxurious for this ordinary family like me. However, my son has been very sensible since he was a child and has never spent a penny. Now it is rare that he wants to buy something, and his mother must agree. After chatting briefly, Lin Zichen quickly hung up the video chat. Immediately afterwards, he saw Zhang Wengxin transfer 2,000 yuan on WeChat, and sent a text message asking him to buy more and call Han's family over to eat. Lin Zichen replied thanking his mother, then looked at the teller in front of him and said, "My mother has agreed to my purchase. Please give me 3 kilograms of ghost squid meat." "Okay, I'll pack it for you right now," the female teller said with a warm smile. After a while, Lin Zichen paid 2,994 yuan and left with 3 kilograms of packed ghost squid meat. On the way, Shen Qinghan couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say you just came here to see the meat of exotic animals? Why did you suddenly buy it?" "Because I want to buy it for you to eat." "I don't believe it. It's obviously just for myself," Shen Qinghan said with emotion. "This exotic animal meat costs 998 yuan per pound. It's really expensive. I don't know how it tastes." Lin Zichen didn't speak anymore. He was having a headache whether to swallow the ghost squid meat. Originally, he wanted to secretly buy some ghost squid meat to devour, but it turned out that he couldn't buy it because he was underage, so he had to give permission from his parents. It's fine now. His family knows that he bought ghost squid meat and they are waiting for him to bring it back to eat. How can they still devour it? Meat is not teeth. If the life source inside is swallowed up, it will probably rot. It seems that I can only devour a little bit first, and then I will have to find a purchasing agent to help buy exotic animal meat. Lin Zichen silently put his hand into the bag, touched a small portion of the ghost squid meat and devoured it. It's not much, just a small piece, about 1 or 2 weights. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the ghost squid. Ghost squid album, 0.1%. Devouring 1 or 2 pieces of meat can gain 0.1% progress. After all, I have to eat 100 kilograms of meat to reach 100% of the album's progress bar. The price of ghost squid meat is only 998 yuan per pound. In other words, for about 100,000 yuan, you can open the ghost squid album. It's not an unacceptable amount of money. Lin Zichen decided to buy ghost squid meat and devour it from now on. Regarding the ghost squid, a strange beast, he had read relevant introductions in books when he was very young. I learned that this is a common low-level alien beast that mainly lives in waters thousands of meters deep on the seabed, and occasionally swims to shallow waters to hunt for prey. It was named the ghost squid because it has a special ability that it can instantly dissolve in water and disappear. It looks like a ghost. And because they are very weak in shallow water areas, and are plentiful and easy to catch, they gradually become human food and are circulated in major exotic animal markets. Dissolve in water and disappear instantly. I hope I can gain this ability after opening the album. Lin Zichen thought silently in his heart. After thinking about it, he took out the piece of meat that had devoured the source of his life and looked for a trash can to throw it away. After all, the source of life is gone, so the meat must have rotted and must be thrown away. However, when he took out the piece of meat and took a look, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the meat was not spoiled. I just don't know if it's a psychological effect, but it doesn't look that fresh anymore. However, it does not affect consumption. Lin Zichen was a little confused. The source of life has been devoured, so why hasn't the meat gone bad? What exactly is the origin of life? Could it be genes? In other words, genes are one of the origins of life. After all, the word, origin, sounds very broad. Lin Zichen couldn't figure it out and decided to look for answers online. I took out my phone and opened the browser, and searched for the words, origin of life, with some expectation. Nothing was found. There is no such thing as the origin of life. Forget it, don't worry about it anymore, just know that the meat will not go bad after the source of life is devoured. Soon, Lin Zichen devoured all the remaining ghost squid meat. Increase the album opening progress to 3%. After finishing this, he took Shen Qinghan to go shopping in the general commercial area downstairs. Shen Qinghan saw a doll machine and liked the dolls inside, so he went up and opened the doll machine without thinking. He was both good at food and fun-loving. In less than a moment, He had collected all 20 yuan, but not even a single doll. Lin Zichen couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to help her pinch it. It was only clipped 3 times, and with perfect accuracy, it clipped 3 of her favorite dolls for her. Time passed quickly, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Because they had to go to class tomorrow, the two of them didn't stay in the mall for long, and quickly left the mall to ride home. Xiaochen, the wind at night is so comfortable. Really comfortable. I really like the 3 stuffed animals you put together for me. Nice. You love it. Xiaochen, I can't wait to taste the ghost squid meat. I have never eaten the meat of an alien beast in my entire life. Quote. On the way home, the two of them chatted wordlessly. Most of the time, Shen Qinghan was talking and Lin Zichen was answering. We could have continued chatting forever. Until, while passing by a park, I was suddenly interrupted by a burst of noise coming from inside. Put the knife down. Let your mother go. I'll let your mother go. You stubborn people, if humanity perishes in the future, you diehards will all be sinners. I repeat, put the knife down quickly. Being a human being can't save the people on Earth. Do you know that being a human being can't save the people on Earth? The shouting that came from it sounded hysterical. Lin Zichen frowned when he heard the sound. Are there some pagans making trouble in the park? My curiosity was aroused immediately, and I immediately accelerated and rode forward. When I passed the place where the sound came from, I followed the sound and took a look from a distance. Then the next second, he saw an unexpected acquaintance. It was Teacher Strawberry, the intellectual development teacher in Rainbow Kindergarten back then. At this time, Teacher Strawberry was being held by a crazy man with a knife on his neck. There was blood oozing from his neck, and his situation was very critical. However, several members of the security team at the scene were still persuading or warning verbally, without any actual action. Seeing that Teacher Strawberry's face was getting paler and the blood on his neck was seeping more and more, Lin Zichen knew that he needed to do what he could. He immediately stopped the car, got out of the car and picked up a stone from the ground. Then, with his eyes focused, he aimed at the gangster's hand holding the knife and threw the stone violently. Bing, are you not ready yet? The pagan believers are getting more and more excited, causing blood to ooze from the hostage's neck. The situation is quite critical. Captain, that man is very professional. He hid his body very well. I couldn't aim and there was no chance of sniping. Chen Yan, have you found out the identity of the pagan believer? Contact his family as soon as possible and ask his family to come to the scene to persuade him. Captain, the other party is an orphan. Quote. Listening to the reports of the two team members, the captain of the security team looked sad. He wanted to rush forward and rescue the woman who was being held hostage, but he couldn't see any chance of taking action. The pagan believer huddled in a corner and hid his body behind the hostage. Only a knife was exposed on the hostage's neck, without any flaws. Captain, how about we try using sleeping gas? One of the team members suggested in a low voice. The captain of the security team shook his head. It's useless. The hypnotic gas is too obvious. Before it takes effect, it will easily anger the gangsters and make them behave in extreme ways. Just when everyone felt helpless, suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. Buzz. The next moment, a stone as big as an egg flew past the eyes of the captain of the security team at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and accurately hit the hand of the pagan believer inside. Ah! The pagan believers screamed in pain. The stone hit his hand holding the knife. Moreover, the angle of the impact was extremely tricky, and the powerful impact force caused his hand holding the knife to turn outwards, causing the kitchen knife to stay away from the hostage's neck, and he quickly fell to the ground. At the same time, the kidnapped teacher Strawberry was finally able to escape. Her strong desire to survive made her desperately escape to the security guard. The security guards responded quickly. One person stepped forward to rescue Teacher Strawberry, and the rest rushed to control the pagan believers. From the beginning to the end, the security guards did not know what happened. They only knew that the pagan believers suddenly covered their hands and screamed, and then the hostages themselves were out of danger. Only Shen Qinghan, who had witnessed everything with his own eyes, opened his mouth in shock, his face full of shock. Xiaochen, let's go, let's talk when we get back. Lin Zichen had no intention of staying long. Seeing that Teacher Strawberry was saved, Lin Zichen got back on his bicycle to take Shen Qinghan away. However, before he could ride his bicycle, the captain of the security team ran over and blocked in front of his car, panting slightly. "Classmate, wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry. Did you just throw a stone?" As he spoke, the captain of the security team placed a stone in his hand in front of Lin Zichen. The pagan believer's hand was injured, and there was a bloody stone not far from his feet. Combined with the direction in which the stone was thrown, the captain of the security team guessed that the stone was thrown by Lin Zichen. Although this is unbelievable, there is really no more reasonable explanation than this at the moment. "I didn't throw it." Lin Zichen didn't want to be troubled by the follow-up matters, so he calmly dropped these words. Then, the front of the car tilted, and it rode away from the captain of the security team. The captain of the security team was stunned for a moment, then looked at his back and shouted, "Classmate, classmate, please stop for a moment. Classmate, what you did is a good thing, why shouldn't you admit it?" No matter how loud the captain of the security team shouted, Lin Zichen had no intention of stopping, and his figure quickly disappeared around the corner in front. "That's weird. Why don't you want to admit that you've done good things?" The captain of the security team was puzzled by this. However, he didn't think too much and planned to come back here tomorrow to collect surveillance and confirm whether Lin Zichen did it and how he did it. At this moment, Lin Zichen drove Shen Qinghan back, looked at him and asked, "I suddenly remembered something, is there a reward for being brave?" Yes, I threw it. There are my fingerprints on the stone. You can take me back to compare it." Captain of the security team. This change of attitude happened so quickly that the captain of the security team was speechless for a moment. Lin Zichen didn't want to be like this, but in order to open the Ghost Squid album as soon as possible, he had to think of various ways to save money and sacrifice 5 buckets of rice. Captain of the security team. "Well, let's do this. You can come to the security station later to make a brief record and compare your fingerprints to make sure there are no problems. I will apply for a bonus for your bravery." "No problem." Lin Zichen readily agreed. When Shen Qinghan in the back seat heard this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and called home, saying that he would not be back until later. The captain of the security team returned to the park to deal with the follow-up, and wanted to bring the subdued heretic believer back to the security center. "By the way, Xiaochen, I don't know how Teacher Strawberry is doing now. Let's go over and see her." As soon as Shen Qinghan finished the phone call, he suggested to Lin Zichen in front of him. Lin Zichen. "Okay." After reaching a consensus, the two parked their bicycles aside and walked to the security car in the park together. As soon as Mr. Strawberry was rescued, he was immediately taken into the security vehicle to have the wound on his neck treated. He is probably resting in the vehicle now. Just when the two were about to reach the security car, not far to the side, the handcuffed pagan believer suddenly made a painful, ho-ho, sound from his mouth for some unknown reason. Immediately afterwards, his face began to crack, and shocking blood stains appeared. These blood marks grew longer and wider, until they formed eyes, evenly distributed on both sides of the face. Counting the original eyes, no more, no less, exactly 8. The security officer responsible for escorting the pagan believers discovered the problem, immediately pulled out his gun and loaded it, and at the same time shouted nervously to the security team leader. "Captain, something has changed. This pagan believer has symptoms of mutation and is transforming into a giant alien rat." As soon as he finished speaking, the pagan believer who had symptoms of alienation suddenly became extremely strong and ripped off the handcuffs. Then he turned around and rushed towards the security guard to bite him. Fortunately, the security guard was on guard and reacted quickly, turning aside in time to avoid it. Giant alien rat. Lin Zichen first heard these 5 words, and then saw the 8 eyes on the faces of the pagan believers. Without thinking, he picked up Shen Qinghan next to him, turned around and ran out of the park. He didn't know exactly what happened, but there was nothing wrong with staying away from the scene for the first time. Shen Qinghan was still a little confused, but he had often been hugged and run by Lin Zichen like this when he was a child, so he obediently put his arms around Lin Zichen's neck, pressed his face against him, and tried to make him hug him as easily as possible. "Shoot, shoot quickly." As soon as Lin Zichen ran away, the captain of the security team on the back shouted anxiously to several security officers. Then, a deafening burst of gunfire suddenly sounded, which was particularly harsh in the silent night. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Quote. At this time, Lin Zichen had already run out of the park with Shen Qinghan in his arms, and they both got on their bicycles. They pedaled and rushed up, trying to stay away from the dangerous place behind them. However, I don't know if I was pedaling too hard or something. After riding less than 20 meters, the chain of the bicycle suddenly broke with a snap. The link is broken directly, not the link is dropped, and there is no way to save it. Lin Zichen said in a rare rude tone. In the park, several security officers drew their guns and fired at the pagan believer, aiming at the heart and head. In just a moment, the pagan believers who were transforming into giant alien rats were sieved. However, the pagan believers covered in bullet holes just fell to the ground, and their bodies continued to mutate. After a few more sniper shots, his head was smashed off, but it was still mutating. Zhongbei West Road, Citizen Park, there is a pagan believer who has transformed into a giant alien rat. Ordinary firearms cannot cause fatal damage to him. Preliminary judgment is that it is fused with the Rat King gene. We are unable to respond, so we request the dispatch of mechanical modifiers for support. Seeing that he was unable to cope with the current situation, the captain of the security team immediately contacted the city's security headquarters and requested the dispatch of mechanical reformers for support. Captain, he got up. A security guard shouted. I saw that the pagan believers who were still slumped on the ground just now stood up at some point. The body has more and more characteristics of the giant alien rat. It has slender rat whiskers, its mouth becomes pointed and long, and its face is covered with rat hair, turning it into a rat man who walks upright. Bang, 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 hold on, shoot and hold this beast down. Just hold on for 2 minutes and you can wait for the support of the mechanical cyborgs. Stop it, don't let it leave the park. Bang, bang, bang. Under the command of the captain of the security team, several security officers retreated while firing, using suppressive fire to prevent the rat man from leaving the park. Outside the park, hearing the words of the captain of the security team in the park, Lin Zichen stopped driving, picked up Shen Qinghan in the back seat and ran wildly. The development of the situation was far more serious than he imagined, and he had to flee from here quickly. You are sprinting at full speed with a heavy load, blood +4, speed endurance +2, body coordination +2, running speed +2, running skill +2. You sprinted 1,000 meters at full speed with a heavy load, your vitality +400, speed endurance +200, body coordination +200, running speed +200, running skill +200. Just over a minute, Lin Zichen hugged Shen Qinghan and ran for thousands of meters, completely away from the dangerous park. Although he only ran 1,000 meters, the intensity was so high that he was so tired that he put his hands on his knees and panted. When Shen Qinghan saw this, he immediately ran into the nearby convenience store and bought a bottle of sports drink. He unscrewed the cap and handed it to him, asking him to drink slowly. Lin Zichen reached out to take the drink, but did not drink it immediately, still panting. I'm still out of breath and can't drink at all. Ah, Xiaochen, I forgot to take the ghost squid meat in the car basket. Shen Qinghan suddenly remembered this matter, and his face suddenly became anxious. When Lin Zichen heard this, he felt a sudden pain in his body. His first reaction was to go back and get it, but his reason quickly stopped him from doing such a stupid thing. The park is still very dangerous. If you go back hastily, accidents may happen. Have to wait and see. While ensuring your own safety, see how the situation goes before deciding whether to go back and get the ghost squid meat. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. It sounded like a large displacement motorcycle rushing by with the throttle accelerating, making people's ears buzz and causing a sense of discomfort in their eardrums. Lin Zichen looked up following the sound. It's a mechanical transformation man. But it just flashed by, flying hundreds of meters away in an instant, and the appearance could not be captured at all. But you can guess that it must be the support that the captain of the security team has just invited. There are mechanically modified people in the field, so safety should be guaranteed. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen decided to go back and get the ghost squid meat back. So he looked at Shen Qinghan aside and said, Wait for me here for a while. I'll go back to the park to get the ghost squid meat. I'll be back soon. I am coming too. It would be faster if I went alone. Well, be careful on the way and come back soon. Lin Zichen didn't say anything more, and quickly turned around and ran towards the park. This time, because he didn't hold Shen Qinghan in his arms, he ran back outside the park in less than a minute. At this time, a large amount of purple-blue smoke was filling the park, and a fierce fighting could be heard from inside. Lin Zichen ignored this and quickly ran to the bicycle to stop, opened the basket and took out the ghost squid meat inside. As soon as I got it, my nose smelled a faint rancid smell. After sniffing it, I found it was coming from the bag containing ghost squid meat. Lin Zichen suddenly had a bad premonition. With some anxiety, he opened the bag and took a look at the ghost squid meat inside. As a result, I was distressed to find that the meat inside had deteriorated and showed obvious signs of decay. It's over. After the meat is devoured and its source of life is devoured, it is not that it will not deteriorate and become rotten, but there will be a time delay. What to do now? How should I explain this to my parents when I go back? Lin Zichen was very distressed. At this time, more intense fighting sounds came from the other side of the park, accompanied by a sharp, mouse-like and human-like voice. The next moment, a slender figure rose into the sky in the thick purple-blue smoke, suspended high in the sky relying on the powerful anti-airflow power device under its feet. Lin Zichen looked up to the sky, and what came into view was a female mechanical transformer. The chest is flat and made of pure alloy, with a circular glowing area in the middle, which seems to be an energy pump. As far as this alloy body is concerned, it looks stronger than the male cybernetic transformation man I met in the alley in elementary school. Suddenly, the energy pump on the chest of the female mechanical transformer flashed an extremely dazzling light. Next moment, a terrifying energy beam shot out from the energy pump, blasting towards the ground below. Immediately afterwards, there was a boom. Most of the originally dark park was illuminated in an instant. After a moment, the light dissipated. The park, which was still noisy at first, has become quiet inside. All that's left is a faint burning smell. Lin Zichen stood there blankly, shocked by the scene in front of him. This female cybernetic can actually fire a laser cannon. Shanghai City is just a small prefecture-level city. Does it have such a high level of mechanical transformation people? The power of this laser cannon is terrifying. It's hard to imagine how far a creature's flesh and blood must evolve to be able to withstand the damage of this laser cannon. Lin Zichen was lost in his thoughts. On the other side, smoke was coming from the chest of the female robot high in the sky, and the surrounding area was dark. It can be seen how hot the energy beam just released from there is. After confirming that all the life of the rat man below was lost, the female mechanical cyborg no longer stayed long, turned around and flew away. Lin Zichen watched the other party leave with a lot of thoughts in his mind. The fact that I now have a physical fitness that far exceeds that of my peers is all due to hard work every day. The mechanical transformation person does not need to do anything. He only needs to install powerful alloy equipment to have super destructive power. This instant power is truly enviable. Just as Lin Zichen was thinking about all this, the captain of the security team and others walked out from a short distance away and ran into the park to clear the place. Seeing this, Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment, and then followed him in. He wanted to see how much damage the female robot's laser cannon had caused. Follow the way into the park. Lin Zichen felt that the carrion in his hand was a bit in the way, so he opened the bag and threw the meat into a bush on the roadside. The stench emitted by this rotten ghost squid meat is getting stronger and more pungent. Just smelling it makes you feel nauseous. There is no need to keep it. We can only use the waste to give back to the nature that gave birth to all things, so that the saprophytic organisms in nature can have a feast. As for how to explain to my parents when I got home, I just said that I encountered pagan believers making trouble and accidentally lost the meat in the panic. Also, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, if you want to buy exotic animal meat to devour in the future, you have to find a way to find someone to help purchase it. While thinking, Lin Zichen had already followed the security team into the park. At a glance, there was still purple-blue smoke in the air, but it had almost dissipated, revealing a large area of scorched earth that was still smoking. If you go forward and take a closer look, you can see a deep pit with a radius of about 1 meter in the middle. Moving forward to see what was going on in the pit, I saw a completely burnt corpse. It was the giant rat turned pagan believer. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. Such a powerful laser cannon could not completely wipe out the rat man, but just turned it into a coke. It seems that genetic fusion is still powerful. Don't let irrelevant people come near. Please leave this place quickly. Beside the pit, a security guard saw Lin Zichen standing aside and immediately shouted to drive him away. As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the security team across from him said, "Let him stay. Anyway, we will take him back to the station later to make notes." Making notes. The security officer was a little confused and didn't understand what Lin Zichen wanted to record when he returned to the station. He still didn't know that Lin Zichen was the one who secretly managed to escape the hostages from the hands of the pagan believers. At this time, Lin Zichen's cell phone rang, and it was Shen Qinghan's call. As soon as the call was connected, Shen Qinghan's worried voice immediately came from inside. "Xiaochen, it's been more than 10 minutes. You haven't come back yet. Did something happen on the road?" "It's okay, don't worry. The rat man has been eliminated by the mechanical transformation man. I'll stay to see the situation at the scene. You can sit in the convenience store for a while. I'll be back soon. How about I come over to find you?" "No, I don't feel safe. I'll go pick you up now. Just wait for me. I'll be there soon." Lin Zichen quickly hung up the phone and ran all the way to pick up Shen Qinghan. Within a moment, he brought Shen Qinghan to the park. Shen Qinghan looked at the charred ground in front of him, his little face full of surprise. It was hard for her to imagine what had just happened here to cause it to become like this. At this time, the people from the security team had already taken the body out of the pit and carried it on a stretcher into the trunk of the security vehicle. Fortunately, the trunk of a security vehicle often contains various large tools, and the space is designed to be large enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate a stretcher. Lin Zichen looked at the completely charred corpse and thought of the Rat King gene that the captain of the security team seemed to have mentioned when he asked for support. It is said that this pagan believer, who has become a charred corpse, is most likely fused with the Rat King gene in his body. The Rat King gene must also be a kind of alien gene. So, can I devour the Rat King genes in the corpse? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this. He thought about it and thought it should be possible. He decided to find an opportunity to touch the body when he got off the car at the police station to verify his suspicion. Soon, everything on site was taken care of. The captain of the security team looked at Lin Zichen and asked, "We are going back to the security station. Do you two know where it is? Can you ride over by yourself? The chain of our bike is broken and we can't ride it. In that case, let's take the security car back together. Can you bring our bikes too?" "Okay, go ahead and push it over." "Thanks." After a few brief conversations, Lin Zichen went outside and pushed the broken bicycle over. Because there was no room for the trunk, a tall security guard helped him secure the bicycle to the roof with ropes. Afterwards, the group took a car to the police station. In the car, Lin Zichen didn't see Teacher Strawberry, thinking that he had been sent to the hospital by the security guard for treatment of his wounds. On the way, because both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were minors, the captain of the security team asked them to notify their parents to come to the security station. Both called their parents to inform them. About 10 minutes passed. The car finally arrived at the police station. After getting out of the car, Lin Zichen took the initiative to go to the back of the car and help carry out the bodies of the pagan believers. When the security guards weren't paying attention, he endured his nausea and reached out to touch the corpse to see if he could swallow the Rat King gene inside. I was pleasantly surprised to find that it could actually be swallowed. Genes are the origin of life, or one type of origin of life. So without even thinking about it, I decided to devour it. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the giant alien rat. Giant rat album, 5%. 5%, so much. Looking at the progress bar at the back of the album, Lin Zichen felt a little surprised. But rather than the progress bar, he was more concerned about what abilities he could gain after opening the giant alien rat's album. After thinking about it seriously, apart from having 8 eyes and having rough skin and thick flesh, the giant alien rat doesn't seem to have any special abilities. Of course, it is also possible that humans have insufficient knowledge of giant alien rats. After all, the giant alien rat has just appeared in human society, and there are still many unknowns about it. Forget it, there's nothing to think about. You'll know everything when the progress bar in the album is full. After thinking about it, Lin Zichen took a special look at the body on the stretcher. There seems to be no change, and it seems that losing the Rat King gene has no impact. Of course, it is also possible that there is a certain delay like the previous ghost squid meat. In the coming time, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan sat together and took notes. The captain of the security team was very concerned about Lin Zichen's bravery and wanted to know how he injured the pagan believers with stones. After all, it was a bit far away, and the view wasn't very good at night. Under such conditions, accurately hitting the hand of a pagan believer holding a knife with a stone should not be something a junior high school student can do. Lin Zichen didn't want to reveal too much of his strength, so he told the story he had prepared, saying that he was a slingshot shooter. Where's the slingshot? The captain of the security team didn't believe it and asked Lin Zichen this question. Lin Zichen didn't even blink, and replied calmly, I accidentally lost it when I fled the scene before. Are you sure? I am very sure, Lin Zichen said without thinking. The captain of the security team nodded and asked no more questions. Soon, the transcript was completed. At this time, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's parents also came to the police station. The parents of both families looked worried. They didn't expect that their children would encounter pagan believers making trouble just for going out at night. Fortunately, the ending was lucky and nothing happened to the two children. Otherwise, both parents would not be able to survive. Lin Zichen chatted with his parents for a few words, then looked at the captain of the security team and asked, Hello, I would like to ask, when can I apply for my volunteer bonus? Now do a fingerprint comparison. Once the results come out and are confirmed to be correct, I can apply for you on the system. The captain of the security team replied. After understanding the process, Lin Zichen followed a young security guard to do a fingerprint comparison. Seeing this scene in front of them, the parents of both families were a little confused. Bonus for bravery. What's this? The parents of the two families only knew that their children had encountered pagan believers and made trouble, but they did not know that Lin Zichen acted bravely to save people. It wasn't until I asked the captain of the security team and read the transcript that I learned what happened. Your son is amazing. He is so courageous when he is just in junior high school. He can face crises calmly and calmly. He is a little hero. A passing female security guard praised him. After hearing this, Zhang Wengxin just smiled politely at the other party without any joy in her heart. She didn't want Lin Zichen to be a hero, she just wanted him to grow up in peace. After comparing fingerprints and applying for bonuses, it was almost time for the parents to see each other, so they didn't stay at the police station longer and wanted to take their two children back. While passing by the office door, Lin Zichen, who has an excellent ear, keenly heard some conversations inside. It's about pagan believers and giant alien rats. The rat god cult has become more and more active recently, and they go around trying to lure people who are dissatisfied with society and full of resentment to join them. I heard that people from the rat god cult have even infiltrated into some colleges and universities to seduce those cultural students who cannot genetically integrate through formal channels. The pagan believer who was shot to death tonight was once a cultural student at Guangyan University. He was unable to perform gene fusion because his body was not up to standard, but he longed to become a gene fusion person, and then he was seduced by people from the rat god cult. Quote, what a bunch of rat shit. Sooner or later, these people will be raped in one pot. There's no point in trying to trick someone into committing adultery. Treating the symptoms does not cure the root cause. We have to kill the rat king who calls himself a god. Quote. Rat god cult. This was the first time Lin Zichen heard these three words, and he immediately took out his mobile phone to check. I later learned that this was a pagan religion that worshipped a giant alien rat as its god. The organization's headquarters is in Shanghai City. Most of its members are social losers. In recent years, its activities have become more and more frequent. It is suspected that the Rat King wants to evolve into an advanced creature, and it needs believers to collect a large amount of evolutionary resources for it. This is all official information publicly available to the public. Do you worship a mouse as a god? Lin Zichen shook his head, put the phone in his pocket without searching any more. Walked out of the police station and came to the parking area. Shen Qinghan got into Lin Yansheng's car as usual and wanted to sit in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Shen Zhanye looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Oh, our daughter looks like she will soon belong to the old Lin family." Xu Meng said calmly, "Han Han can be close to Lao Lin's family. To be honest, this is already her blessing. You are still sighing here." "Yes." Shen Zhanye smiled and quickly got into the car with Xu Meng. In another car, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were chatting wordlessly. Most of them were Shen Qinghan speaking and Lin Zichen responding. "Xiao Chen, I don't know how Teacher Strawberry is doing now. I saw her neck was bleeding at the time. She should be fine, right? It doesn't look like the injury is serious. Just bandage it and it'll be fine." Xiao Chen, when that pagan believer was alienated, 8 eyes grew directly on his face. It looked so scary. "This is what alienation looks like," Lin Zichen answered casually. While chatting, Shen Qinghan, who had been talking non-stop, suddenly stopped talking or playing with his mobile phone. He just held his straight legs tightly together, and his face looked wrong. Lin Zichen noticed something strange about her, and glanced there subconsciously from the corner of his eye, and found that her bulging was the same as when she was a child. But he knew it wasn't a diaper, but another pad that had absorbed water. After realizing this, he silently turned his head to the side and looked out the car window at the roadside to avoid Shen Qinghan's embarrassment. Shen Qinghan also knew that Lin Zichen had noticed it, and he lowered his head and pursed his thin lips without saying a word. Just like that, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, Lin Zichen's eyes widened. He saw a fat mouse that was as big as a cat, swooped past the side of the road, and quickly crawled along the drainage channel into the second floor of the police station. How could there be such a big rat? Could it be a giant alien rat? Lin Zichen tensed up his nerves. But soon, he relaxed and felt that he was simply overthinking. This is the South, not the North. It is normal for mice to grow as big as cats. There is nothing strange about it. It seems like I'm too stressed out. I need to relax after I get home. Lin Zichen thought to himself. After the car arrives home. Shen Qinghan said, "See you tomorrow," got out of the car awkwardly and left. Zhang Wengxin was a little confused and asked, "What's wrong with this girl, Han Han? Don't you usually like to hang around and talk to you for a while? Why was she so quiet in the car just now, and now she got out of the car and left as soon as the car stopped?" Quote, "She looked very sleepy just now. She was probably tired and wanted to sleep and didn't have the energy to talk," Lin Zichen explained. Zhang Wengxin nodded and didn't hesitate. Soon, a family of 3 got out of the car and entered the house. As soon as she entered, Zhang Wengxin warned Lin Zichen with a serious face, "Xiaochen, if you encounter something like tonight in the future, Mom hopes that you can prioritize your own safety, do what you can, and don't be impulsive." The top. "Mom, I know, I can." Lin Zichen nodded obediently. Zhang Wengxin saw that he was willing to listen, and the sadness in her brows eased a little. After that, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, didn't you buy 3 kilograms of ghost squid meat? Where is the meat? Why can't I see it in the basket of the bicycle, and you don't have it in your hand?" "Mom, don't be angry when I tell you. When we encountered changes in the pagan believers before, Han Han and I ran too fast and accidentally lost the meat." Lin Zichen hesitated for a moment and then said. When Zhang Wengxin heard this, her eyes widened. She was heartbroken, but she restrained herself from showing it in front of Lin Zichen. Instead, she consoled her. "It's okay. If you lost it, just lose it. After all, you encountered pagan believers making trouble. It's a blessing to be safe. Not to mention that you acted bravely to save others. You are my mother's pride. While it hasn't been missing for a long time, why don't I drive over and look for it along the way?" Lin Yansheng suggested. Zhang Wengxin immediately objected. "No, the alienation of pagan believers just happened in that place, it's too dangerous." "Yes." Lin Yansheng nodded. Lin Zichen remained silent on the sidelines, thinking silently in his mind that he would participate in more competitions in the future, and when he had saved enough bonuses, he would buy 3 kilograms of ghost squid meat to honor his parents. The police station, in the captain's office. The captain of the security team looked at the transcript in his hand and couldn't help but smile. With a slingshot, who knows how to use a slingshot with a stone as big as an egg? Can it be bounced out? This must have been thrown by hand. You don't even care what kind of job I do, how can I be fooled by you, a student? The captain of the security team lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and exhaled, watching the smoke spreading as he continued his thoughts. By the way, he was just a junior high school student. How on earth did he throw the stone with such great power? No, I have to call up the surveillance system tomorrow morning to see what's going on. Thinking about it, the captain of the security team put the transcript back in a special file box and locked it, preparing to go home from get off work. At this moment, he found a mouse on the windowsill, as big as a cat. He was a little surprised. Where did this mouse come from? Why is it so big? The mouse outside the window was not frightened away by the noise, and stood quietly on the window edge, staring at the captain of the security team with its eyes. Shanghai Middle School. In a classroom in the first grade of junior high school. Lin Zichen was in class, but he was not interested in listening to the lectures or reading his own books. His mind was full of thoughts about yesterday. Thinking of the rat god cult, I felt that this was a potential safety hazard and I had to be careful in the future. I thought about the laser cannon used by the female robot to transform humans, and realized that I was still very weak, but fortunately, I was also young, and with the blessing of 3 attributes, advance or lose, wisdom from heaven, and the law of the jungle, I had greater growth potential than anyone else. I thought of the Ghost Squids album, thinking about how to make money to fill up the progress bar, and then open the album to gain some of the Ghost Squids abilities. School scholarship, prize money from various student competitions. Anything else? Are there other sources of income? The price of Ghost Squid meat is too high. If you earn so much money in a year, how many years and months will it take to fill up the progress bar? You have to find a way to increase your income. Be a top academic internet celebrity. No, this is too ostentatious. Start a technical side job. I don't feel like it. I'm already busy enough with studying and exercising, so I can't spare any time. Is there any side job that can make money without delaying my study and exercise? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. 3 cobblers, like Zhu Liang, ask the well-informed netizens. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen took out his mobile phone, opened the post bar and posted a post. May I ask, how can junior high school students earn 100,000 yuan quickly without affecting their studies? Perhaps because the title was so outrageous, it quickly attracted many netizens to comment enthusiastically. First floor, there is everything in the dream. Second floor, it is recommended to study criminal law. Third floor, you can join the school's martial arts team to compete. I have a friend who won nearly 300,000 in bonuses in 6 years of junior high and high school, which makes me envious. 300,000 bonus, so much. Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He immediately exited the post bar and opened the browser to search for information about martial arts competitions. The search was local to Shanghai City. After searching for it and browsing for a while, I learned that every winter and summer vacation for students, martial arts exchange competitions of various sizes are held in the city. Mainly targeted at middle school and high school students. After searching for specific competition information, I found that the netizen who just posted it was not bragging, and the prize money was really generous. There is a 9-school junior high school league in the city, and the first place school can get a bonus of up to 50,000 yuan. Just by dividing points here and there, core players can get at least several thousand yuan. For junior high school students, this is a lot of money. The key is that the competition time is not long, only 3 days to a week at most. I can get thousands of dollars in a few days, which is no different from putting money in a sack. The most important thing is that practicing martial arts can exercise your body, make money and evolve at the same time. There happens to be a martial arts team in the school. Let's go and have a look after school in the afternoon. Lin Zichen thought to himself. It didn't take long. As the bell rang, the morning class finally ended. After class, the students in the classroom left the classroom one after another and went to the canteen to eat. Some people who live close by go back to their own homes to eat. There are also some people who have enrolled in a noon care class nearby and go to the noon care class to eat. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan are special. They both bring their lunch boxes from home. They just need to take their lunch boxes to the teacher's office and heat them in the microwave. This is one of the privileges that Lin Zichen earned after winning a lot of honors for the school. As his best friend since childhood, Shen Qinghan was fortunate enough to enjoy this privilege. Xiao Chen, try this, it's super delicious. Shen Qinghan put a piece of egg roll into Lin Zichen's lunch box. The expression on his face was very natural. It was obvious that he was no longer worried about the embarrassing thing that happened in the car yesterday. Lin Zichen tasted the egg roll and couldn't help but nodded, it's really delicious. Then guess who did it? I do not guess, you guess. Stop playing word games, just guess. You did it. You guessed it right. Shen Qinghan smiled as happily as a flower. Then he looked at Lin Zichen with one hand on his chin, and asked with watery eyes. Xiaochen, I have started to learn to cook from my mother. From now on, I will cook for you every day, okay? Good. Lin Zichen smiled and said. After a while, the two of them finished their meal. When he went out to wash the lunchbox, Lin Zichen met the coach of the martial arts team in the corridor outside the classroom. Classmate Zichen, what a coincidence. As soon as Guo Shongyuan saw Lin Zichen, he immediately walked over and talked with a smile on his face. He deliberately waited on the edge of the corridor for a long time, and finally waited until Lin Zichen came out after eating. The reason why they deliberately pretended to be a chance encounter was so that it would not appear too abrupt and unpleasant to Lin Zichen's senses like yesterday. For a sports genius like Lin Zichen, he believed that he had to take the initiative and recruit Lin Zichen into the martial arts team as soon as possible without wasting even one day of martial arts practice. Every extra day wasted is a waste of natural resources and will be struck by lightning. Teacher Guo, I was looking for you. Originally, Lin Zichen wanted to go to the gymnasium after school to check it out, but since he has met Guo Shongyuan now, he might as well go and learn about the martial arts team now. When Guo Shongyuan heard this, he was a little surprised at first, and then said with excitement. Do you want to know something about the martial arts team? Yes. Lin Zichen nodded. Upon hearing this, Guo Shongyuan immediately walked forward with enthusiasm and said with a smile. If you have any questions, just ask me. As long as I know something, I will answer it for you. So, in the following time, Lin Zichen asked many questions in succession. About the martial arts competition in the city. About the competition prize money. Regarding the strength of each school's martial arts team, etc. Guo Shongyuan patiently answered all these questions for him. Shen Qinghan on the side saw that the two seemed to be chatting for a long time, so he silently took Lin Zichen's lunchbox and washed it together without disturbing them. About half an hour later. The two people in the corridor ended their chat. Lin Zichen verbally agreed to join the martial arts team and said he would go to room C of the gymnasium after school. Then he turned around and went back to the classroom. It was lunch break at this time, and the classroom was empty. At a glance, there are only about a dozen students who are studying hard without taking a lunch break. The diligent and studious Shen Qinghan is one of them. Lin Zichen walked to his seat and sat down. He took out his headphones and put them on. He searched a bunch of videos about martial arts competitions on his mobile phone and watched them to understand what the competition process was like. Next to him, Shen Qinghan was brushing the test paper with his head down, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing. About half an hour later, Shen Qinghan finally finished the questions. She put away the test paper with a sense of accomplishment, turned around and patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder, wanting to talk to him. Lin Zichen took off his headphones, looked at her and asked. Have you finished the test paper? It's done. Not bad, I finished it in less than an hour this time. There is progress. Of course, although I'm not as smart as you, Xiaochen, I'm still very smart. Shen Qinghan was a little proud. Then, she curiously asked Lin Zichen. By the way, Xiaochen, are you going to join the school's martial arts team? Yes, I have already joined verbally. In this case, will I be able to watch you play games in the future? Should be. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan smiled and said with beautiful eyes, then I will also be your little fangirl from now on, and I will cheer for you in the audience every day, okay? Okay. Lin Zichen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Qinghan on the side yawned greatly and looked sleepy. Seeing this, Lin Zichen moved a chair down from the podium and put it together with the chair Shen Qinghan was sitting on. Then he said to Shen Qinghan, "There's still more than half an hour left for lunch break. If you feel sleepy, take a nap." "Well, I'll take a nap then. Remember to call me when it's almost time." After Shen Qinghan finished speaking, he shrank down like a kitten, lay on his side on the two chairs pushed together, rested his head on Lin Zichen's lap, closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. Lin Zichen brought a small blanket to cover her. Then he put on his headphones and continued watching the martial arts competition video on his mobile phone. I don't know if it was a dream or something, but Shen Qinghan, who had just fallen asleep, moved her red cherry mouth and murmured in a low voice. "Xiaochen, I relied on my own efforts to get into the high school of Shanghai Middle School. We are still at the same table. Gym, room C." As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Lin Zichen brought Shen Qinghan here. When he first entered, there was only Guo Shangyuan inside, leisurely drinking tea and watching short videos. "Coach Guo," Lin Zichen shouted, and his title changed from teacher before to coach now. When Guo Shangyuan heard the sound, he immediately raised his head and said with a smile, "You came so early. None of the boys in the team can come faster than you. Their attitude needs to be improved. Come on, come in, sit down and have a cup of tea first. When everyone is here, I will show you around." Guo Shangyuan took 2 cups and poured a cup of tea for both of them. As time passed, people came into the house one after another from outside. They were all men, not a single woman. When they came in, everyone looked curiously at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan at the tea table, and most of their eyes fell on Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen is very famous in Shanghai Middle School. Every student in the school knows him and has basically heard of his various legends about being a top student. But no one expected that this academic master who was extremely powerful in his studies would also be equally talented in sports. "It's you." At this time, a boy hurried in from outside. When he saw Lin Zichen sitting in front of the tea table, his reaction looked a little big. The person who came was none other than the boy who was beaten by Lin Zichen in the school sports meeting and was forced to win the Grand Manya in tears. Lin Zichen looked at the boy when he heard the sound, smiled politely and said, "Hello. My name is Zhang Kai, remember my name." The boy replied calmly, and then walked away with his school bag on his back, paying no attention to Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen just smiled and said nothing, thinking that Zhang Kai was quite cool. He could only say that all junior high school boys in their adolescence were like this, and it was understandable. Seeing that all the team members had arrived, Guo Shangyuan stood up, looked around with a smile and said, "This handsome boy's name is Lin Zichen. I believe everyone is familiar with him, so I won't waste time introducing him. From today on, Zichen is a member of our martial arts team." Everyone welcomes him with applause. Pa bang bang. After Guo Shangyuan finished speaking, he applauded first. When the team members saw this, they all clapped along and cooperated very well with their coach. Except for one person, that boy named Zhang Kai. After the applause stopped for a moment, Guo Shangyuan said to the team members, "By the way, let's introduce ourselves to Zichen. My name is Huang Tianxing, from class 3, grade 3. You can just call me Ah Xing. My name is Li Shutong. I am in class 6 of the 3rd grade of junior high school. You can call me Xiaolizi. Everyone else calls me that. I quite like this nickname. My name is Han Yisuo, your name is Brother Suo." The team members seemed to be getting along well with each other, and they introduced themselves one after another with a smile. Lin Zichen also smiled back. Every time after being introduced, he would smile and say, "Please give me advice." There were not many people in the martial arts team. Apart from Lin Zichen and Guo Shangyuan, there were only 7 people, so everyone introduced themselves quickly. During this period, Shen Qinghan stood silently next to Lin Zichen, holding 2 people's lunchboxes in his hands, saying nothing during the whole process, very quiet. Only when she was in front of Lin Zichen did she appear talkative and lively. When facing strangers, most of them behave introverted. Especially when facing strange boys, he looks a bit socially intimidated. "By the way, what is your name for this classmate?" Every time Guo Shangyuan saw Lin Zichen, he would see Shen Qinghan there too. Knowing that the two were inseparable, he thought he would get acquainted with them. "My name is Shen Qinghan. Just call me Xiao Shen or Qinghan. Shen Qinghan introduced himself somewhat cautiously. Guo Shangyuan smiled and said, then I'll call you Xiao Shen from now on. After saying that, he asked the veteran team members on the side to practice on their own, while he took Lin Zichen around the room briefly to familiarize himself with the training equipment inside. But they are all ordinary equipment such as sandbags, weight-bearing sandbags, and wooden stakes. In fact, there is nothing interesting to see. Zichen, there are 5 in the team who are in the 3rd year of junior high school, 2 are in the 2nd year of junior high school, and you are the only one who is in the 1st year of junior high school. I am very optimistic about you. Follow me and learn well. I guarantee that within a year, you will become a member of the team. The trump card inside. After Guo Shangyuan walked around in a circle, he suddenly said this to Lin Zichen. It sounded a bit like painting a pie, but it was not. Lin Zichen, thank you, coach, for taking me seriously. Guo Shangyuan, by the way, Zichen, have you ever practiced martial arts before? Lin Zichen, no. Guo Shangyuan nodded after hearing this, and then said to Lin Zichen, well, today I will teach you a set of the most basic boxing and kicking techniques, so that you can experience the feeling of practicing martial arts first. Lin Zichen, okay. Soon, Guo Shangyuan walked to an open space in front and stopped, showing Lin Zichen the basic boxing and kicking techniques in a leisurely manner. Lin Zichen watched very carefully and engraved every move Guo Shangyuan performed into his mind. About 10 minutes later, show ends. Guo Shangyuan slowly retracted his movements like a martial arts master, then looked at Lin Zichen with a smile and said, you may not think that this set of moves is simple, but it is actually very difficult. Xiao Li, who is the fastest in the team to master it, originally spent a week. However, no matter how much you say it, it is difficult to experience it without trying it. Come on, give it a try. Guo Shangyuan said and made way for Lin Zichen to try. Lin Zichen walked over and stopped. Relying on the memory of watching from the side, he quickly reproduced the set of boxing and kicking techniques performed by Guo Shangyuan, and it was a perfect one-to-one reproduction. The divine wisdom allowed him to master all the essentials of the movements just by reading it once. Use it or lose it, making him more explosive every time he repeats his movements. As his movements became faster and faster, familiar text messages soon appeared in the void. You are practicing boxing, chi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand flexibility +1, boxing proficiency +1. You are practicing leg skills, chi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg flexibility +1, leg skill proficiency +1. Next to him, Guo Shangyuan was stunned. Is this your first time practicing martial arts? Real or fake? Are you sure you're not lying? The other team members who were practicing on their own and looking over from time to time were all filled with disbelief when they saw Lin Zichen mastering basic boxing and kicking skills in an instant. Zichen, is this really your first time practicing martial arts? After regaining consciousness for a moment, Guo Shangyuan asked suspiciously. Lin Zichen realized that he seemed to be acting a little too outrageous, so he casually made up, actually, this is not the first time to practice martial arts. When I was in elementary school, I signed up for a hobby class and practiced boxing and kicking for a period of time. No wonder, it scared me how you mastered it so perfectly the first time you practiced. Guo Shangyuan held his forehead and smiled, feeling that he had just thought too much. How could someone who has never practiced martial arts know it just by looking at it? If human beings had such a strong learning ability, how could they end up in this situation, being stared at by those alien beasts from outside the country all day long? I am afraid that countless geniuses have been born long ago, and they have defeated the alien beasts outside the human realm. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was 6:30 in the evening. The martial arts team usually trains until 7:30 p.m. However, Lin Zichen didn't want to practice so late and applied to go home an hour in advance. Guo Shangyuan doesn't care about this. He has always led the team very casually, and most of the time he relies on the team members themselves. As for practicing until 7:30 in the evening, as a coach, he will stay in the gym until 7:30. Zichen, remember to bring a set of clean clothes and put them in your school bag tomorrow, otherwise you will sweat all over after practice and catch a cold on the way home. Guo Shangyuan reminded Lin Zichen, who was about to leave. Lin Zichen nodded and said, I understand, thank you coach for reminding me. After saying that, he took Shen Qinghan and left the gymnasium. When we came to the bicycle shed, seeing that Lin Zichen was still sweating, Shen Qinghan took out a tissue and said to him, Xiaochen, the sweat on your body is not dry yet, let me wipe it for you. As he spoke, he picked up a tissue and carefully wiped the sweat from Lin Zichen's face and neck. As for what was inside the clothes, there was nothing she could do. Lin Zichen felt that the cleaning was almost done, so he let her sit in the back seat of the car and rode her leisurely towards home under the gentle sunset. Xiaochen, how do you feel when your mother said that you joined the school's martial arts team? As soon as Lin Zichen returned home, he was asked this question by Lin Yansheng in the living room. When school was over in the afternoon, he called Zhang Wengson and told him that he had joined the school's martial arts team and would be home late, so his parents knew about it. It's good. You can sweat out and exercise after school. Lin Zichen replied while taking off his shoes. Lin Yansheng asked again, Xiaochen, you are very good in both academic and sports talent. Have you decided which path you want to take in the future? I think my athletic talent is better than my academic talent, and I have a bright future in martial arts. After I enter high school, I will enter a martial arts class to practice martial arts. Lin Zichen said without hesitation. There are no martial arts classes in the education stage of this world. Because practicing martial arts too early will affect physical development. Only when students reach high school and their bodies are almost fully developed, will the school offer martial arts classes. Before that, students mainly studied cultural subjects. However, courses related to genetic fusions, mechanically modified humans, alien beasts, etc. will also be offered to allow students to develop in an all-round way. What a coincidence, Qin's mother and I also want you to practice martial arts. Now we are a family of 3. Lin Yansheng smiled happily. In this world where humans have always been threatened by alien beasts, everything is inferior, but martial arts is the only one who is superior. Because only by practicing martial arts and allowing the physical body to reach a certain level of strength can it withstand the backlash of genetic fusion and mechanical modification, and become a superior genetic fusion or mechanical modification person. By the way, where's Mom? Your mother and your Aunt Meng went out to buy groceries. They said today is Friday and we should all get together in the evening. No wonder I didn't see her in the house. Lin Zichen nodded, didn't talk anymore, and quickly went upstairs to take a shower. I sweated all over while practicing martial arts, and now I feel sticky and uncomfortable. In the bathroom, Lin Zichen finished his shower, dried himself, and stood naked in front of the mirror and looked at himself carefully. Although the daily exercise is very intense, the muscles on the body don't look big at all. They are not exaggerated like a bodybuilder at all, but they are lean and strong. It means you look thin when you are wearing clothes, and you look fat when you take off your clothes. Okay, perfect figure. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Zichen felt very satisfied. Then, on a whim, I started practicing boxing and kicking skills in front of the mirror. You are practicing boxing, Qi and blood +1, hand muscle strength +1, hand flexibility +1, boxing proficiency +1. You are practicing leg skills, Qi and blood +1, leg muscle strength +1, leg flexibility +1, leg skill proficiency +1. Not long after practicing, there was a burst of talking and laughing from downstairs. It was the voices of Zhang Wengson and Xu Meng, who had returned from shopping for groceries. At the same time, the voices of Shen Jianye and Shen Qinghan were also heard. The 2 families are having a dinner tonight, and all 3 of them are here. Seeing that everyone was here, Lin Zichen picked up the clothes on the side and put them on, pushed the door open and walked downstairs. Come downstairs. I saw 2 mothers cooking in the kitchen, 2 fathers sitting at the tea table chatting, and Shen Qinghan sitting on the sofa doing test papers, studying very hard. Hearing Lin Zichen's footsteps going downstairs, Shen Qinghan looked up and complained to him. Xiaochen, it took you so long to take a shower. I've been here for half an hour. Well enough, Lin Zichen said and sat down next to her, looking at his phone with a leisurely expression. What I read is current affairs news and pay attention to the situation in various places. After not looking for long, Shen Qinghan came over and said with a mysterious face. Xiao Chen, guess what kind of food my mother and Aunt Shin bought back. You won't be able to guess it. Hairy crab. Wrong. Lobster. That's not right either. Then I can't guess. I knew you couldn't guess it. Shen Qinghan showed a victorious smile, and then revealed the answer. It's ghost squid meat. I bought 3 kilograms. Ghost squid meat. Lin Zichen thought he had heard wrongly, and his face was full of surprise. Lin Yansheng in front said, your mother knew that you and Han Han wanted to eat this, so she asked your Aunt Meng to go to the mall to buy it. Listening to these words, Lin Zichen suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He looked at Zhang Wengxin, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly got up and walked over and said, Mom, let me help you. Seeing this, Shen Qinghan also followed in to help. The time came to 8:30 p.m. Dinner is finally ready. Although today's meal was much later than usual, and people were starving, but looking at the sumptuous 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table, everyone felt that the wait was worth it. Xiao Chen, this ghost squid meat is so fragrant, and it's so chewy, so delicious. Shen Qinghan's face was full of happiness after eating, and he took the initiative to put a piece of ghost squid meat into Lin Zichen's bowl. Lin Zichen picked it up and took a bite. It was indeed delicious. You swallowed a trace of the life source of the ghost squid. Ghost squid album, 3.01%. The progress bar of the album has actually been increased. Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment and felt a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. It can be swallowed by just touching it with your hands, and it will be swallowed even more when it is eaten in the stomach. While he was thinking about this, a piece of news was being reported on the TV screen in front of him. Genius girl, shocked the whole country. At only 14 years old, he successfully integrated the heart of energy and became the youngest mechanical transformation person in the history of the country. When the energy is activated, it can easily lift an off-road vehicle weighing 2,000 kilograms with one hand, sprint to 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and jump vertically up to 8 meters on the spot. The Kyoto prodigy back then, the genius girl today, 2 peerless geniuses, who can become the king of this era. Is genetic fusion invincible, or is mechanical ascension invincible? Let us look forward to the peak showdown between the 2 geniuses in the future. Everyone at the table watched the news. Among them, Zhang Wengxin was speechless and said, how come another genius girl appears? She is only 14 years old, and her body has been mechanically transformed before she has grown. I really don't know what her parents think. Lin Yansheng took a sip of the soup and said, I guess he saw that the Kyoto prodigy was so successful in marketing and made a lot of money, so he wanted to follow suit and make a fortune. Listening to Lin Zichen on the side, he also felt that this so-called genius was just making money through marketing. It's about making money, whether it's shabby or not, everyone understands. Shen Qinghan looked at the news on the TV screen and felt that the words, peerless twins, sounded good, so he looked at Lin Zichen with enthusiasm and said, Xiaochen, I will work hard to improve myself and strive to become the most powerful couple with you one day. Well, come on. Lin Zichen gave her a cheering gesture. Watching the interaction between the 2 children, Shen Jianye and Xu Meng across from each other felt a little bitter in their hearts, and became increasingly worried about Shen Qinghan's future. Are you trying to improve yourself to become the best of both worlds? But the reality is that the gap between the 2 children will only get wider and wider. Forget it, Han Han is still young. Happy days can last day by day, and friendship can last day by day. Let her live in the present. Let's talk about the future. Shen Jianye and Xu Meng both thought about it and felt that it would be fine to just let everything take its course and there would be no more worries. After all, distress only brings bad emotions and cannot change anything. Soon, another news was reported on the TV screen. In XX District, Shanghai City, the security captain of the district police station unfortunately died in the office of the police station at 11 o'clock last night. According to surveillance, he died from the mouth of a giant alien rat that sneaked into the police station. The captain of the security team, named He Chunshan, served as captain for 3 years. During his tenure, he made outstanding contributions to the security of XX District. He arrested a total of 19 followers of the rat god cult and assisted the mechanical transformation man to kill 3 giant alien rats. After reporting on the captain of the security team's lifetime contribution, an interview video was immediately released on the TV screen. The interviewers were the security guards in the station. They all looked angry and shouted that they would fight to the death with the rat god cult from now on. After reading this news report, everyone in the room opened their eyes wide with disbelief. The captain of the security team is actually dead. It was 11 o'clock last night. Wasn't that the time when I and others had just left the police station last night? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel scared. Especially Lin Zichen. He felt a shudder when he recalled the mouse he saw last night. Late at night, Lin Zichen lay awake in bed, thinking about the death of the security team captain. Reports say he died from the mouth of a giant alien rat. Then the big rat he saw while sitting in the car, was it the giant alien rat that killed the captain of the security team? But the so-called big mouse only looked as big as a cat. How could it be a giant alien rat that was 3 meters long? He was puzzled by this. He looked up and looked out the window. The night is very late. All the street lights on the roadside were turned off, and not a single person could be seen. By the way, I haven't tested my physical data for a long time. I just can't sleep now, so I'll go outside and test it. Thinking about it, Lin Zichen put on a hat and mask and quietly left the house. He chose the road without surveillance cameras and spent some time on an abandoned road. First he warmed up briefly, then quickly took out his phone and turned on the stopwatch to test the speed of the 100-meter sprint. Then, in just a short moment, he sprinted over the 100-meter distance he had measured in advance. Timing displayed on the phone, 4.61 seconds. Last time it was 6 seconds, this time it was 4.61 seconds, an improvement of almost 1.4 seconds, which is not bad. After testing the speed, start testing the bounce. Find a few places with some height, measure the height respectively, and then see if you can jump up vertically, so as to roughly measure your own bounce. I measured it almost 10 times before and after, and finally got a relatively accurate value. 5.51 meters. Last time it was 4 meters, this time it was 5.51 meters, an increase of nearly 1.5 meters. After measuring speed and jumping, it's time to measure strength. Lin Zichen avoided the cameras and looked at the cars on the roadside along the way. He knows all the car models in the world and their corresponding weights by heart. He wanted to pick out a suitable car and use it as a barbell to see if he could easily lift it with one hand. It's just you. After looking at more than a dozen cars along the way, Lin Zichen finally selected a car weighing about 1,500 kilograms. He stepped forward and circled around the car, looking for a suitable point to lift the car, and then tried to lift it with one hand. After 3 minutes passed, failed. The off-road vehicle was too heavy to lift, so I had to try a lighter one. Soon, Lin Zichen chose a car with a weight of about 1,200 kilograms. I lifted it halfway, but it didn't work, I couldn't hold it. Finally, I found a small women's car that weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and I was finally able to barely lift it. Last time it was 700 kilograms, this time it was 1,000 kilograms, an increase of 300 kilograms. All three basic statistics have improved greatly. It can only be said that during the growth period, the body grows quickly, and various basic values also increase rapidly. Time flies. Next Monday came in a blink of an eye. When school was over in the afternoon, Lin Zichen went to the gymnasium to practice martial arts. It is said to be martial arts, but in fact it is just practicing some simple boxing and kicking skills. There are not all kinds of powerful skills to practice like in martial arts novels. However, Lin Zichen didn't care about this. The reason why he joined the martial arts team was just to compete in competitions and win prize money. He never thought about learning anything on the martial arts team. Zichen, your martial arts talent is too strong. No matter what skills I teach, you will always be the fastest to learn it. You have a bright future. Guo Shangyuan praised with a smile. He had just taught the 8 members of the team a dodge technique to avoid the opponent's punches by constantly shaking their heads. As a result, just after the demonstration, Lin Zichen mastered it instantly. The other 7 team members still looked very stiff, and they had to shake their heads for at least a few days before they became proficient. It's all done by the coach. After saying that, Lin Zichen took the clean clothes from Shen Qinghan and walked to the changing room in front. It's just a simple shower like in the south, not a full back rub like in the north. So, in less than 5 minutes, Lin Zichen came out of the changing room. Xiaochen, I've packed all your dirty clothes for you. At the door of the changing room, Shen Qinghan said with a sweet smile. Lin Zichen found that her bangs were a bit messy, so he carefully straightened them out for her, and said in a gentle voice. Let's go home. Shen Qinghan responded softly and walked silently beside Lin Zichen. Come to the carport. As soon as Lin Zichen pushed the bicycle out, Shen Qinghan next to him took out his mobile phone and showed him the photos he had just taken in the gym. Xiaochen, look, you look so handsome when you punch. The bangs flicked with inertia, and a little bit of sweat was thrown out. It was so handsome. If your little fangirls saw it, they would probably go crazy. Shen Qinghan put his cell phone in front of Lin Zi and showed him one picture after another. Lin Zichen smiled and said, the main thing is that you are good at taking pictures. The days passed like this. Before he knew it, Lin Zichen had joined the martial arts team for more than a month. At the beginning, Shen Qinghan was the only girl in the gym who would watch him practice martial arts and quietly wait for him to go home together after practice. Slowly, someone spread the news about him joining the martial arts team, and many little fans knew that he would come to the gym to practice martial arts after school. So today, not long after he came to the gym to practice, girls came in one after another to watch him sweat. By the time half an hour passed, there were more than 30 people in the audience. Wow, Junior Zichen, that kick you just did was so cool. If I were kicked by you, I would definitely be so painful that I would cry, right? There was a senior who was in the 3rd grade of junior high school. After seeing Lin Zichen kicking the wooden stake in front of her, she suddenly said with a look of infatuation. Lin Zichen was speechless after hearing this, and suddenly lost interest in practicing. He reported this problem to Guo Shangyuan. He said don't let girls in, it will affect everyone's training. In the end, it was embarrassingly opposed by the other 7 team members. In the past, when practicing martial arts, there were only a few boys practicing in a huge place, which was very boring. But now, suddenly there were so many female spectators at the scene, which made them feel like they were in heaven. They were full of motivation when practicing and did not want this state to be broken. The same is true for Guo Shangyuan. Seeing that since there were a lot of female spectators in the gym, the team members had practiced more seriously, and the martial arts team had also received more attention. He thought this was good, so he asked Lin Zichen to sacrifice a little. Lin Zichen thought for a while, and since everyone thought this was good, it didn't matter to him. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 6:30 in the evening. Lin Zichen's time was almost up, so he took the clothes from Shen Qinghan and walked to the changing room. At this time, a junior high school student blocked his way and said with a look of infatuation, Senior Zichen, I brought you milk, fresh milk. No, thank you for your kindness. I'm allergic to milk. Lin Zichen didn't want to accept a gift from the opposite gender to avoid misunderstanding, so he just found an excuse to decline, and then walked past the other party. But before he took 2 steps, there was a cry of dissatisfaction behind him. Zichen, how can you refuse this girl's affection? Even if you are allergic to milk, you can accept the milk first and then give it to others to drink. Why do you want to hurt other girls' hearts? Can you be a little more gentlemanly? This is the voice of Zhang Kai, the boy who won a big mania in the school sports meeting. And the girl who just delivered fresh milk to Lin Zichen was his crush. Lin Zichen felt that Zhang Kai was inexplicable, so he didn't give him a good tone and said, I make the decision on my own affairs. You should take care of yourself. Zhang Kai was just a dazed young man in junior high school. When he said this, he immediately became unhappy and felt that he was very embarrassed. He immediately shouted, Do you dare to have a spar? If I lose, I won't push you even more. If I win, you accept the milk. As soon as these words came out, everyone became energetic. The same is true for Guo Shangyuan. Lin Zichen has been joining the martial arts team for more than a month. He practices silently every time. After practice, he takes a shower and goes home. He has never had a single sparring session. As time went by, the rest of the team became curious about his abilities. Facing Zhang Kai's challenge, Lin Zichen was a little annoyed. In order for this stupid young man to learn to behave with his tail between his legs in the future and stop jumping around all day long, he said without even thinking, Okay, let's have a spar. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar text message appeared in the void. Achievement. In a formal competition situation, using the most primitive biological method, a total of 1,000 different competitors were eliminated. Reward. Obtain biological attributes, natural selection. Cumulative elimination of opponents, 0.001. Looking at the text message in the void, Lin Zichen was stunned for a moment, and then felt slightly excited. After waiting for so long, the fourth achievement mission is finally here. I don't know what effect the biological attribute of natural selection will have. Will it be more powerful than the previous 3? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.